Good morning. My name is David Aarons. I'm the CEO of National Brain Tumor Society. It is my privilege to welcome you to the second annual Glioblastoma or GBM Awareness Day. Thank you for joining this nationwide virtual event. National Brain Tumor Society unrelentingly invests in, mobilizes, and unites the brain tumor community to discover a cure, deliver effective treatments, and advocate for patients and their care partners. This is our mission. First, I want to recognize all the healthcare providers, regulators, policymakers, administrators, research leaders, family members, companies, and most of all, patients who continue to demonstrate courage and caring during the COVID crisis. We are immensely grateful for the bipartisan and bicameral support of Congress this year for the Glioblastoma Awareness Day resolution to raise awareness about this devastating disease and encourage stronger resources for research into treatments and an eventual cure. Glioblastoma is a disease that all Americans should care about. It can strike women, men, and children of any age, race, ethnicity, religion, and background. To have such a strong statement of unified support from within Congress sheds light on this imperative for increased funding, education, and treatment development. On behalf of National Brain Tumor Society, thank you to our champions in Congress for their leadership and commitment to the GBM and brain tumor community. Thank you to Senator Graham, an ardent supporter of GBM patients who spearheaded the 2020 as well as the 2019 GBM resolutions. Senator Graham was joined again by Senators Edward Markey, Elizabeth Warren, Kristen Sinema, Martha McSally, each of whom have wanted to honor the late Senators Edward Kennedy, John McCain, and other elected leaders, including Beau Biden and others, as well as all those around the country and around the world who have fought or are battling this disease today. Thank you. We thank them for their leadership. Our cause is honored this year through a House companion resolution led by the tireless representatives Brian Mast of Florida, Jan Schakowsky of Illinois, Mike Gallagher of Wisconsin, and Jim Langevin of Rhode Island. Each of these representatives has a personal story to tell, a reason why they believe this cause must continue to raise awareness for brain tumors like GBM. Now, I would like to also express our sincere gratitude to our partners on this important day for the GBM community. Thank you to IMVAX, Black Diamond Therapeutics, Novacure, Bracewell, Immunomic Therapeutics, Karyopharm Therapeutics, Casia Therapeutics, Society for Neuro-Oncology, GT Medical Technologies, Inovio Pharmaceuticals, VBI Vaccines, Yale Medicine Therapeutic Radiology and Yale Cancer Center, Cleveland Clinic, Foundation Medicine, the Colony Group, Moderna, and University of Texas's MD Anderson Cancer Center. Thank you. Thank you also to the partner nonprofits that have signed on to support the 2020 Glioblastoma Awareness Day resolution. We appreciate your collaboration and advocacy. Again, here is the problem. Every day in our country and around the world, a doctor walks into an exam room and tells a patient they have been diagnosed with glioblastoma. And that patient and their family learns that GBM is the most common, complex, treatment-resistant, deadliest type of primary brain tumor. This happens about 16,000 times a year. And unfortunately, patients today will receive essentially the same dire prognosis as those diagnosed decades ago. GBM in adults and pediatrics takes so much from those who are affected, patients, families, caregivers, and loved ones. In the face of glioblastoma diagnosis, families rely on love, hope, and the promise that research is advancing toward a cure. Every patient and family is different, and each with their own journey, their own statistics, their own diagnosis, but all deserve recognition and action to defeat GBM. This is the simple but important reason why National Brain Tumor Society has named its flagship research programs Defeat Brain Tumors, and within it, Defeat GBM and Defeat Pediatric Brain Tumors, which have delivered paradigm-changing science over the last 5 years. And I want to thank these teams of investigators spanning 9 research institutions led by Drs. Al Young and Dr. Roger Packer, the scientific directors of each respective adult and pediatric program. Glioblastoma Awareness Day is our day to build up the power and solve this problem. By joining with NBTS in commemorating the second annual Glioblastoma Awareness Day in the United States, Wednesday, July 22nd, every American can honor those who have been affected by GBM, better appreciate the cancer risk we will all face, learn about the everyday challenges by GBM patients and their families, gain opportunities to advance research and new treatments, and take action to make sure government and patient advocacy organizations and research funders like NBTS and others have the resources they need to continue to serve GBM patients, caregivers, and invest in treatment-focused research and patient-centric therapy development. Glioblastoma is clearly among the toughest cancers on the planet. The average life expectancy with patients with this devastating cancer remains within the unacceptably low range of just 12 to 19 months. It continues to be a cancer that not only affects the body, but it can affect the sense of self. There have been important progress over the last decade, including new knowledge about why GBMs grow, what are the potential vulnerabilities, new model development, improvement in surgery, the addition of off-label use of products such as immunotherapy approved for other cancers, the approvals of new standard of care medical device, and a drug targeting a mutation found in adult and pediatric brain tumors, as well as the launch of new innovative clinical trials such as GBM Agile. There's a lot more work to be done, and done fast. We have to get it done. And there's no better time than now to make transformative treatments and transformative advances in GBM patients and GBM science, with exciting breakthroughs on the horizon and happening right now in science and technology and industry innovation, a committed scientific and patient advocacy community, and our nation's war on cancer agencies, including the National Cancer Institute and the Food and Drug Administration, committed to progress. The time is now for a concerted effort to defeat GBM. National Brain Tumor Society understands that the narrative must change and must be rewritten for GBM patients. We also understand that it will not take one single approach to defeat this disease. At NBTS, our work is comprehensive, and our Defeat, Connect, Change framework is how we will strategically attack this problem. To defeat brain tumors through research, we will fund cutting-edge science and next-generation treatment approaches to catalyze development of new medicines for patients. We connect our community by empowering patients and families to direct them to resources they need to navigate their diagnosis and their journey. To change the status quo, we advocate and bring the voices of the brain tumor community to the table and improve public policy. Today, we have prepared a nationwide virtual program from the front lines of GBM, and I want to thank all of today's speakers and participants. We share with the American public the full story and reality of GBM. Getting involved today is critical. Action steps you can take today to raise awareness about GBM include sharing content online at #GBMDay will increase the research and power of our advocacy, help educate and engage the public in this, and raise resources necessary to advance research toward a cure. Please visit the ACT section of our GBM Awareness Day webpage and watch our social media channels for action alerts all day today. Thank you for your support, and I look forward to how we will all work together to conquer and cure glioblastoma and all brain tumors once and for all. Now, I am pleased to introduce Dr. Kirk Tanner, National Brain Tumor Society's Chief Scientific Officer, who will share with you some of the state of the science, highlight research updates, and NBTS's work and impact on GBM research to help enable cures to come about and improve treatments and quality of life for patients and families. Thanks to you all. Thank you. Welcome, Kirk.
Thank you, David, and thank you to everyone for joining and being a part of this GBM Awareness Day event. Your participation and involvement are fundamental in raising awareness and engagement across the diverse spectrum of stakeholders that are necessary to unite and to collaborate to make a difference in this and impact in this devastating disease. These stakeholders include people from both the private and public sector, government, medical academic researchers, clinicians, biopharmaceutical companies, both large and small, investors and entrepreneurs, and most importantly, patients and their families. It will take an integrated, collaborative approach to bring new medicines and treatments to GBM patients. But we are now collectively ready to do this. So I'm really pleased that you're able to join this broadcast for the 2 sessions today, as we have a really great lineup of researchers and innovators to tell you about the state of the art in GBM research and drug development. It's truly an exciting and transformational time in GBM research, as we're finally beginning to translate the groundbreaking science and the understanding of molecular genetics and complex biology to really break this long drought that we've had in developing new meaningful medicines and treatments for GBM patients. Back in 2008, a key molecular portrait of GBM emerged, as glioblastoma was the first solid tumor to be sequenced in the human genome, or the human cancer genome atlas. In the last decade, we've begun to capture a high resolution of GBM through state-of-the-art, cutting-edge sequencing. You'll get a direct inside look at this from 2 of our speakers, Dr. David Lewis, pathologist-in-chief at Massachusetts General Hospital and Harvard Medical School, who was the primary editor for both the 2007 and 2016 World Health Organization classification of tumors of the central nervous system. And then from Dr. Mariella Philbin of Dana-Farber Cancer Institute and Boston Children's Hospital, who will tell you about cutting-edge single-cell sequencing for pediatric high-grade glioma patients. Right now, there are right classes of drugs and specific treatments that are primed to be tested in GBM patients. These include immune therapies, or also called IO drugs, where the goal is to ignite and activate the patient's own immune system to attack and kill the tumor. While there have been profound advancements in apparent cures for some patients and other previously difficult to treat cancers, these have been really challenging to advance these in glioblastoma. However, recently, a lot of work is indicating that timing, combinations, and really training the surrounding environment around the tumor, the different kind of cells, are critical to really activate the immune system. And Dr. Dwayne Mitchell of the University of Florida, a leading expert in GBM immunotherapy development, will give us an excellent overview of the state of immunotherapy in GBM, highlighting the advances and the challenges, and also the different types of immunotherapies that are being developed for both adult and pediatric GBM and high-grade glioma patients. Another promising class of drugs that are beginning to be developed in GBM are DNA damage response and repair inhibitors, where there's a growing stable of drugs, mechanisms, and targets that need to be married to intelligent clinical trial design and execution so they can be tested and advanced to GBM patients. Dr. Ranjit Bindra of Yale University, an expert in DNA damage repair and bench-to-bedside translational drug development in GBM, will provide a glimpse of what the opportunities and challenges are in this space, and also give a great specific example of how understanding the mutational status of brain tumors and brain tumor metabolism may provide an Achilles heel to exploit with PARP inhibitors. This is a type of DNA damage repair inhibitor that has been approved for other solid tumors like breast cancer and ovarian cancer. You will further hear examples of the new dawn of the impact of how our understanding of the molecular genetics and the biology in GBM is enabling precision medicine approaches with drugs designed to cross the blood-brain barrier. Dr. Josh Allen, Chief Scientific Officer of Oncoceutics, will talk about ONC201 that has demonstrated promising activity in early clinical trials in high-grade gliomas patients, both adult and pediatric. And these are with a specific mutation, histone H3K27 to M. And Josh will explain how this is shaping their development and advancement of this experimental drug, and to try to get it to patients as efficiently as possible, and how this kind of precision approach, finding the right drug for the right patient, is now a reality in GBM. Likewise, Dr. Justin Lathia of the Cleveland Clinic will talk about a targeted experimental drug from Curtana Pharmaceuticals that not only targets GBM stem cells, but may be able to reverse the suppressive environment around the tumor that blocks the immune system from attacking and killing the tumor. Another area that's showing really great promise and beginning to have a major impact in GBM is neurosurgical trials and neurosurgical research. Dr. Edja Inman of the NIH and a board member of the National Brain Tumor Society will give an enlightening presentation on the background and the latest in this important field. Another National Brain Tumor board member, Dr. Eva Galanis of the Mayo Clinic, will be sharing her unique perspectives and insights on the GBM landscape and what needs to be true in order to rapidly and efficiently move scientific discoveries to the clinic and match the right patient with the right drugs. In addition to having strong working relationships with the stakeholders, including the FDA, the NCI, and other regulators and industry partners and collaborators. Finally, in order to make all the breakthroughs and advancements that have been realized over the past decade meaningful, there has to be a better way to advance new treatments to GBM patients. Dr. Meredith Buxton, CEO of the Global Coalition for Adaptive Research, and her colleagues will be giving you an update on GBM Agile, the innovative, game-changing adaptive trial for GBM that allows multiple experimental therapeutics and experimental drugs to be evaluated simultaneously. And this is really gaining a lot of momentum with new sites opening all the time. Certainly, while there's still many challenges to overcome, I hope that these presentations and sessions gives you a bit of an insider's view of why there is optimism and why it's so important that we all work together collectively to move these new effective treatments to GBM patients. We at the National Brain Tumor Society are all in. We're your partners, and we're honored and humbled to work with each and every one of you. Thank you very much for joining us, and I sincerely hope that you'll come away from today even more motivated to make a difference. If you have any questions whatsoever for me or would like to have a conversation, please do not hesitate to reach out. Thanks again, and be well.
Thank you to the following sponsors for supporting National Brain Tumor Society's GBM Awareness Day event.
I'm Liz Buck, co-founder and executive vice president, Discovery and Translational Sciences at Black Diamond Therapeutics. At Black Diamond, we're committed to the discovery and development of small molecule therapies for genetically defined cancers, including glioblastoma. There's a critical need for novel approaches to treat glioblastoma. And at Black Diamond, we're exploring the potential for a precision oncology approach for the treatment of this disease. Today, on GBM Awareness Day, we all have the opportunity to play a role, whether through sharing a post on social media or writing a letter to your member of Congress to help raise awareness and fund the research essential to improving the lives of those impacted by GBM. We are privileged to partner with the National Brain Tumor Society and honored to unite through their leadership and commitment to the GBM community. Thank you to members of Congress for their recognition of GBM Awareness Day, and thank you for the patients, caregivers, researchers, and partners for taking the time to share their stories with all of us today.
This portion of Glioblastoma Awareness Day is brought to you by Black Diamond Therapeutics.
My name is Latresa Dolman. I live in Atlanta, Georgia, and I was the caregiver to my beloved husband, Chris Dolman, who was diagnosed with glioblastoma and unfortunately lost his battle this past January. I first took my husband to the hospital because he displayed stroke-like symptoms. When we arrived, they did a scan of his head and we found out he had a brain tumor. 3 days later, when they operated, he was diagnosed with glioblastoma. Throughout everything my husband was going through, he always remained positive, encouraged, hopeful. He kept his wonderful personality as he was always making everybody laugh and was the life of every room that he entered into. He loved to travel, and so we continued to travel and do the things that he wanted to do in life. He and I decided that we wanted to help other people in our current situation. And so we started visiting brain tumor patients and cancer patients in hospitals across the United States. He was able to speak to patients from a patient point of view, and I was able to speak to their families from a caregiver point of view. It was something that we enjoyed doing together to help be a blessing to other people. Glioblastoma Awareness Day is important to me because I feel that the more awareness we bring to glioblastoma, the more knowledge we will have. And the more knowledge we have about glioblastoma, the better chances we have of finding a cure. I am truly honored and humbled that the National Brain Tumor Society asked me to be a part of Glioblastoma Awareness Day. I love the National Brain Tumor Society and the many resources that they have for brain tumor patients and their caregivers. Honor, learn, act. I honor my husband and all of those who have lost their battle to glioblastoma. I learn as much information as I can so that I can spread the knowledge to many people across the world. I act by having fundraisers. I act by being an advocate for glioblastoma. I act by being a resource for brain tumor patients and brain tumor caregivers who are going through what I went through. Honor, learn, act. I am so thankful for Glioblastoma Awareness Day. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Anita Zucker from Charleston, South Carolina. And like many of you, while I'm pleased to be a part of the National Brain Tumor Society's program today, I'm really here because of a personal connection to our cause of bringing greater awareness to and finding a cure for glioblastoma. I'm also a proud supporter of brain tumor research efforts ongoing at the Medical University of South Carolina and at the University of Florida. I wanted to take a minute to talk briefly about an experience that my family and I shared. In 2006, my late husband, Jerry Zucker, was diagnosed with a glioblastoma. It was the most difficult time in our family's lives. We never expected that kind of thing to come into our lives. We just never expected someone to be diagnosed with something we knew nothing about. And so we learned everything we possibly could. And we spent 21 months together. I became Jerry's caregiver along with my children. And we worked really hard to figure out and find every opportunity to help him become cured. But needless to say, to this day, there is still no cure for glioblastoma. And I am very dedicated in my life today to continuing to search and try to find ways to help others that are dealing with this tragic disease to overcome it. And hopefully we'll be able to do that at some point soon. Today, I ask all of you to remain committed to the cause of fighting glioblastomas. And I must thank Senator Lindsey Graham and a number of his fellow senators for working very hard to create a Glioblastoma Awareness Day. He did so in honor of his friends, Senator McCain and Senator Kennedy, and he actually knew my husband, Jerry Zucker, as well. But we do this today. All of us do this. We continue to fight to find a cure for all people that are afflicted with this diagnosis. I hope you will work with me and work to try to make a difference. And let's find a way to celebrate this day while at the same time make everyone aware of glioblastomas and the battle that we have to try to find a cure. It is now my honor to introduce Senator Lindsey Graham. Senator Graham, take it away. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. I'm Senator Lindsey Graham from South Carolina, lending my voice to this cause. My great friend John McCain passed away from GBM, and I'm going to do everything I can in a bipartisan manner to fight back against this deadly disease. Anita lost her husband, Jerry. But I want to thank my colleagues from Arizona, my senators, Democratic senators, working with me and other Republicans to elevate the awareness and to get the federal government behind trying to find a cure. So all those who have been suffering from GBM, better days are ahead. God bless.
What is the GBM Awareness Day resolution? A congressional resolution allows Congress to express a stance or take a position, including supporting, condemning, or observing an entity or event. The GBM Awareness Day resolution designates July 22, 2020 as Glioblastoma Awareness Day. It was introduced in both the Senate and the House. It encourages increased public awareness of glioblastoma, honors those who have lost their lives to glioblastoma and those currently fighting the disease, supports efforts to develop better treatments for glioblastoma, and urges a collaborative approach to brain tumor research.
Hi, I'm Jessica Morris, and I'm the founder of Our Brain Bank. Today is GBM Awareness Day from the National Brain Tumor Society. And today we are launching the GBM Bill of Rights for all of us living with glioblastoma. What we're doing is critical because this is for people like me who need our support, for everybody living with a very, very difficult disease. Together we can make progress against this horrible disease of glioblastoma. Together we can show how it's difficult for people living with this disease, and together we can make action.
Glioblastoma Bill of Rights. Glioblastoma is an aggressive, deadly brain tumor with no known cure. People living with GBM deserve quality care and the ability to make informed decisions. Now is the time for a GBM Bill of Rights. Developed by patients alongside our families and advocates, this is the roadmap to patient power and a brighter future. We, the patients, have the right to patient-centered care, an equal and collaborative patient-doctor relationship with personalized treatment that includes genomic and genetic testing and tumor analysis. The right to a second opinion offered at appropriate stages of diagnosis and treatments. The right to clarity of information, up-to-date, accurate information about all potential treatment options, transparency about treatment centers and their outcomes. The right to specialist care, access to a coordinated medical team, brain tumor specialist, neurosurgeon, neuro-oncologist, radiation oncologist, and others. The right to access to trials and experimental treatments, up-to-date, accurate information about new drugs, treatments, and clinical trials, including international options. The right to psychological support, comprehensive psychological help for us and our carers. The right to money-blind treatment, best treatment regardless of personal financial situation. The right to fast-track treatments, fast-tracked MRI results, treatments, and ER visits. The right to patient-owned data, ownership of and access to our health data, and the ability to transport and donate our data and tissue for research. The right to best end-of-life care, access to pain management, palliative care, and hospice. the right to brain donation, information provided to us and our families about no-cost brain donation for scientific research. Thanks to the supporters of this project, American Brain Tumor Association, Brain Cancer Project of Count Me In, Brain Donor Project, Brains for the Cure, Brain Tumor Network, Chris O'Brien Lifehouse, Fund Love, GlioNet, Head for the Cure Foundation, Muzella Foundation, National Brain Tumor Society, Stash Strong, and Tessa Jowell Foundation. This is an initiative of Our Brain Bank. Please visit ourbrainbank.org/rights.
Well, hello, my name is Dwayne Mitchell, and I am the director of the Clinical and Translational Science Institute at the University of Florida and the co-director of the Wells Brain Tumor Center at UF Health. One of the most exciting developments we've seen recently in the treatment of difficult cancers is the use of the immune system, or what we call cancer immunotherapy, in order to eliminate invading tumor cells from the body using a person's own immune system. Cancer immunotherapy has really revolutionized how we think about treating advanced cancers. We now understand that the immune system can, in fact, recognize that a tumor cell is a foreign invader in the body. And if the immune system is appropriately activated, it can be very effective at eliminating tumor cells from the body, even those that have spread beyond the original origin or site of cancer initiation. This type of treatment has resulted in previously untreatable cancers like metastatic melanoma, advanced lung cancer, and many others that were thought to be incurable to now have very reasonable chances of survival for patients that are treated with cancer immunotherapy. This is also one of the most exciting fields for the development of new treatments for glioblastoma and high-grade gliomas in both children and adults. When we think about cancer immunotherapy, one has to envision that your immune system normally detects foreign infections that invade the body and eliminates them with pretty high precision. If we have pre-existing immunity, like in the case of vaccines, this can be effective in protecting an individual for their entire lifetime against very threatening infections. When cancer arises, however, the body receives mixed signals. On the one hand, the immune system is alerted that this is something foreign, but also these come from normal cells, and we have a lot of mechanisms to protect our own cells from being attacked by the immune system. So in many ways, cancer confuses the immune system into looking both like something foreign, but also like something from our own body that needs to be repaired. If you think of this rejection versus repair, cancer really continues to grow because the signals to repair or to grow that tissue and to feed that tissue tends to override the signals that this is something foreign and should be rejected. So the goal of cancer immunotherapy is to tip the balance in favor of rejection, for the body to recognize this is a foreign invader and to eliminate it. Right now, there are 4 major approaches to doing this. One is something called cancer vaccines. Unlike vaccines that we give before a person develops an infection to protect them against infection, cancer vaccines are what we call therapeutic vaccines. These are vaccines that are given to a person that has already developed cancer, but are designed to boost the immunologic response against the person's own tumor cells so that that rejection response can take over and eliminate the invading tumor cells. Another major approach is something called adoptive T-cell therapy. This is where we take the soldiers of the immune system, called killer T cells, out of the patient's own body and then grow them to very large numbers. Oftentimes, these T cells are also armed or made more effective at recognizing the patient's own cancer, either through genetic engineering, something that we call CAR T cell therapy, where the T cells are equipped to recognize the cancer cells more effectively, or through other activation strategies that make the T cells far more effective at seeking out and destroying the cancer. Once we've generated large numbers of these killer T cells, they are given back to the patient, either delivered directly to where the tumor is growing or delivered into their intravenously or into the veins so that they can circulate throughout the body, with the hopes that now these armed killer T cells will seek out the invading cancers and eliminate them. The third major strategy in combating cancers is using a class of drugs called immune checkpoint inhibitors. This new class of treatments has arrived from the recognition that in addition to the immune system having go signals that activate it, we also have a number of stop signals or breaks that slow the immune system down or prevent the immune system from attacking our own tissues. These immune checkpoints, as they are called, are very effective at keeping us from having harmful immune responses against our own body. However, when someone develops cancer like glioblastoma or high-grade gliomas, these stop signals get turned on or amplified so that they are really preventing the immune system or holding the immune system back from attacking the cancer. And so immune checkpoint inhibitors, you can think of as drugs that take the brakes off the immune system. They now allow the recognition response or the rejection response to proceed, and they remove the brakes or take the red lights off so that the immune system can proceed much more effectively in attacking cancer. This class of drugs has been pretty revolutionary for the treatment of many advanced cancers and is being actively explored for use against glioblastoma. And the last approach that I'll talk about is using viruses to actually induce an immune response against cancer. So as I mentioned previously, our immune system is really good at recognizing foreign invaders, bacteria or viruses that are truly completely foreign. And what we've learned is you can engineer viruses to infect tumor cells, and when the immune response that is awakened by that virus proceeds, you can also generate a secondary strong immune response against the cancer. These oncolytic viruses, as they're called, have been used effectively in some metastatic cancers and are also being very actively explored for their use against glioblastoma and high-grade gliomas in children. One of the challenges we face in trying to make immune therapies effective for brain cancer is that the brain is obviously an exquisitely sensitive organ. We can't really tolerate very strong immune responses inside the brain because the skull limits the amount of space that inflammation and swelling and other things that can accompany a very strong immune response would normally have space to expand in other places in the body. Because of the sensitivity of the brain, we have to be very careful in trying to induce a strong immunologic response, but not a dangerous inflammatory response that would harm normal brain tissues. Also, the brain has a number of barriers that protect it from foreign substances and from foreign infections. This blood-brain barrier, as it's called, is very effective at keeping a lot of harmful substances that can get into the rest of the body from getting into the brain. However, this same barrier can limit the effectiveness of the immune response in the brain. And so our strategies have to overcome the blood-brain barrier and allow an effective immune response to be generated within the central nervous system. Despite these limitations, we are seeing significant promise in the advancement of immunotherapy for the treatment of brain tumors. One example of that is that we've learned that we can give immune therapies sometimes before surgery, something called neoadjuvant treatment, which can activate an immune response. And then when the surgeons go in to remove the brain tumor tissue, it looks like this opens up the ability for the immune response to respond even more effectively. This is one of the more encouraging findings that we've seen in adults with advanced glioblastoma and is actively being explored now in both children and patients with glioblastoma to see if delivering immunotherapy before surgery may be a more effective strategy for generating a sustained and effective immune response. We've also seen new targets and the use of genetic engineering identify targets within brain cancer that the immune system can effectively engage. And so as we've learned more about the targets that are present in glioblastoma that can generate an effective immune response, we can develop more precise and ideally more effective and safe therapies for going after these brain tumor targets. So for me, I'm very optimistic that in the next several years, we will see certainly an expanding number of approaches to attacking glioblastoma and high-grade gliomas in children. But more importantly, I think we're learning that there can be effective and safe immune responses generated in these patients. And sometimes these can lead to very durable, long-lived clinical and immunologic responses. And so seeing those successes translated into much larger patient populations, both adults and children, I think is the real promise of immunotherapy over the next coming years.
Hi, I'm Carol, and I live in South Jersey near Philadelphia. I am a mother and a wife and a grandmother and a retired book editor. Up until 2016, I was a very active and healthy adult when I was diagnosed with a form of cancer that nobody would want to have, glioblastoma stage 4. I was told it was the most deadly kind of cancer there is, and I was given 14 to 18 months to live. Well, look at me now. After 3.5 years, I am still here. And I attribute that to a great extent to immunotherapy. When I first went to see my neurosurgeon who was going to remove the kiwi-sized tumor from my brain, he invited me to participate in a clinical trial. I went through a series of tests to make sure that I was a good candidate, and thank goodness I was. He then explained that he would take a piece of my live tumor and create a vaccine just for me that would identify my cancer and wipe out any cancer cells. Sounded awfully good to me. So I had surgery, and then I had radiation and chemo. I am one of the lucky ones that I was able to be at the right place at the right time. The trial that I was involved in has been extended to 12 other institutions nationwide, and it's being designed for phase 2 right now and waiting FDA approval until 2021. The process is painstakingly slow, and there's very little money available, at least for the clinical trial that I was in. It was supported 100% by donations. There was no federal money involved. Immunotherapy is the new frontier in fighting cancer and has the potential of saving many of the 87,000 people who are diagnosed with brain tumors every year, many of which are children. And so GBM Awareness Day is very important to me because it brings to the limelight the importance of immunotherapy research and clinical trials like mine that have the potential to improve treatments and ultimately find a cure for GBM and other forms of cancer.
Hey everyone, this is Congressman Brian Mast from Florida. I wanted to take a minute and say a quick thank you to the National Brain Tumor Society and to all of you for your work to raise awareness for glioblastoma in my community, across the state of Florida, and in our country. Now, as our community knows all too well, glioblastoma, it's one of the most aggressive, difficult to treat, deadly brain tumors that the world has ever seen. And sadly, this disease, it takes the life of 10,000 Americans every year, including one of my friends, Mark Cunningham, who I miss. I wish he was here. Now, glioblastoma, it's caused a lot of pain in our community, which is why I recently introduced legislation to raise awareness to find new ways to treat this terrible disease. Now, it's been great having the support of so many of my colleagues, both sides of the aisle, in the Senate, in the House of Representatives, to designate July 22 as Glioblastoma Awareness Day. It's something that I am excited about. Now, this resolution, it's about giving hope to every person in the community, every person across the country who's battling this disease, honoring the lives of those that we've tragically lost at its hands. And I'm confident that we can build on the progress that we've made to learn more about this new disease and to develop more and new treatments. Now, again, I just wanted to say to all of you, thank you for everything that you've been doing in this fight. Thank you for your strength during the fights that you've seen go on with the loved ones that you've lost or that you still have battling right now. I'm confident that together we can work together to find a cure once and for all.
I'm Robert Cavalieri, a neuro-oncologist at Baptist MD Anderson.
And I'm Patrick Reedus. I'm a nurse practitioner in neuro-oncology at Baptist MD Anderson as well.
Glioblastoma is a rare condition compared to other conditions such as lung cancer and breast cancer. Consequently, it gets less attention, less support, and less funding. These are three critical elements when it comes to learning how to take care of these unfortunate patients. But the patients who have this disease and their caregivers, it doesn't matter. They're in the fight of their lives and they're desperate for solutions. Often they come to us seeking these solutions, who unfortunately suffer the same limitations that they have in general. We do not have the answers. That leads to an enormous amount of frustration on our part when we can't provide for people that we are responsible for who are desperate for solutions and for answers.
I feel like glioblastoma patients often go missed in how they can best be supported after their initial surgery. I feel that the multidisciplinary care team can help best support these patients by creating a more comprehensive plan for glioblastoma patients in general, because from a physical and occupational side of things, these patients often have a myriad of issues long term, and the awareness goes down as time goes on because we do not know what to expect in the future with how they're going to progress after treatment. I feel like with other cancers, thankfully they have more comprehensive care plans and expectations of what will happen after surgery, after treatment, but glioblastoma patients often have a lot of problems that are not predictable. And I feel like more awareness needs to be given to the support team as well as to caregivers as well and what to expect in the future.
Ultimately, awareness and knowledge will lead to better solutions to support our patients and the people responsible for caring for them, including us, the physicians, nurses, and multidisciplinary teams charged and responsible for them. We are so grateful to be a part of this, as we want to see awareness increase and therefore the funding and support that is necessary to manage this terrible problem.
Know your tumor. There are key questions every GBM and brain tumor patient should ask on their brain tumor journey. Questions like, what is the name of the type of tumor I have? Before surgery, can genetic studies be conducted on my tumor? What centers specialize in the type of tumor I have? And what clinical trials and experimental treatments are available based on my mutations and tumor type? For more information and questions like these, please visit our website section called the Brain Tumor Experience.
Hello, I'm very glad to have the opportunity to talk to you on Glioblastoma Awareness Day. What I thought I would do is go over some of the reasons why it's essential to classify brain tumors in a standardized way, and why it's very important to do that at an international level. And I'll talk about 3 organizations striving to do that: the World Health Organization, an organization called See Impact Now, and a third called ICCR, and I'll explain that alphabet soup as I go along. To begin with, it's important to realize why it's important to classify all human tumors, not just brain tumors. For example, in order to care for individual patients, to estimate their prognosis and to guide therapy, it's very important for doctors to understand that they're talking about the exact same type of tumor, to know that if chemotherapy A works in a particular type of tumor, the patient suffering from that tumor really has that exact tumor type. But there are many other reasons why it's important to classify human tumors precisely. When you conduct and interpret clinical trials on human patients with new therapies, it's very important that you're talking about the same tumor. Imagine if you did a clinical trial on one type of tumor and a patient that you then tried that therapy on didn't have that same type of tumor. That could really be disastrous. In addition, experimental studies also depend on having precise classification. Imagine if somebody discovered a new therapy based on doing analysis of cells in a dish or tumors growing in a mouse. You'd want to know that when you took those same therapies and went to human trials, you'd be dealing with the same type of tumor. When you're talking about epidemiological studies, for example, you want to know how a disease is changing across time, or you want to track reasons for why a disease may have developed, something like asbestos in certain types of lung cancer. You have to know that you're dealing with a particular type of cancer. And lastly, but not least, the allocation of resources for particular types of diseases, or by health insurers to support healthcare for particular types of diseases, really depends on an accurate classification of those diseases. And therefore, for many, many reasons, periodic revisions of tumor classifications have very many important effects on not only the care of individuals, but on population health as well. It's essential to realize that such tumor classifications must be international. Science is international, so somebody may find a potential cure in another country, and we will want to translate it to the United States. Interestingly and increasingly, clinical care is international. We've seen this recently with COVID. As potential therapies are discovered in one place, you want them to be able to be translated to the United States. And lastly, the development of novel therapies. For example, a drug company in one country develops something new for a cancer, you'd want that to be able to be translated into the United States. And so it's really essential that you have to have a common language for cancer care. And you can imagine the terrible scenario in which a therapy developed for tumor X in one country wound up being used on tumor Y in another country. The picture that I've shown here is of the famous Tower of Babel, where people can't communicate effectively with one another. So the World Health Organization recognized this decades ago and have been producing classifications of tumors really since the 1960s. These are the fronts of the brain tumor classifications. I've been fortunate enough to be involved in the 2001 and then to have directed the 2007 and 2016 classifications. So these set a common vocabulary for understanding these tumors around the world. For each of these classifications, there are many challenges that have to be addressed. I'm not going to go into them in detail, but I'll just mention the general challenges involve things like, how often should you revise them? How much do you try to put tumors together or split them apart? When new technology comes along, do you try to use the most cutting edge technology, or do you use technologies that are available around the world? What is the process of establishing a new classification? How democratic versus oligarchic is it? There are also specific challenges for each new classification. How do you recognize new entities? How do you phase out obsolete ones? How does the structure of a classification change? How do scientific and medical advances change terminology? And these are all pretty vexing questions that we've had to deal with a lot as we've developed scientific insights over the last few years. One of the challenges that you encounter is getting everyone together to address all of these problems at a regular set of intervals. And the WHO has been able to do this over many decades. But if you look at the dates here, you'll see that typically WHO classifications come out roughly once every 7 to 10 or 14 years or so. So they don't come out very quickly. And what we recognized a number of years ago after the 2016 WHO classification was that the field was moving so quickly, we needed another organization, which we've given the name of C-Impact Now, the Consortium to Inform Molecular and Practical Approaches to CNS Tumor Taxonomy or Classification. This group has risen up to address changes in between the World Health Organization classifications. This has been a very active international group over the last 4 years and has met at regular intervals to update classifications. Just to give you a scope of the amount of people and countries involved, these are people from all over the world who have gotten together in different working committees with C-Impact just over the last 4 years. And they've been very busy. We've issued 7 practical updates on brain tumor classification, as well as a number of summary articles. And it's safe to say that all of these will be used extensively in the next World Health Organization classification, but the field didn't have to wait for the next World Health Organization classification to go ahead with making progress. So what I've told you about is the World Health Organization and See Impact Now, but there's still a problem in that even though the words used are now the same, how you put those words together is still a challenge. So in other words, you can have the same words, but how do you form a sentence? And in the world of clinical oncology, how do you form a report that's the same around the world? And so that brings up ICCR, which is the International Collaboration on Cancer Reporting, which is an international group that has produced what we call data sets that are standardized and that can be used to generate reports so that the information in the reports is the same around the world. These recommendations have just been published this past February, just 4 months ago, and they're also available online for you to look at and download the standard forms that we encourage use. And this is just an excerpt from one of those forms. This too, as you see here, is an international collaboration, and as I've highlighted in red, is also dependent on the World Health Organization for it to continue. So what I've hopefully done in the last few minutes is told you about the World Health Organization, See Impact Now, and the ICCR, and how all of these have worked together over the last decade or so to generate a common language for talking about brain tumors around the world that will help the development of new therapies for brain tumors for our patients in the United States, as well as help oncologists around the United States manage the patients that we have with brain tumors. I hope what I've impressed upon you is the essential nature of the international collaboration and how important it is to have these backbone organizations like the WHO, See Impact, and ICCR, and how beneficial they are to the management of brain tumor patients in the United States. And with that, I thank you very much for your attention and for the work that you're doing to help brain tumor patients.
My name is Mary Lovely, and I am a doctorally prepared brain tumor nurse. For over 30 years, I have worked closely with brain tumor patients and their families as a neurological nurse, a clinical specialist, a research investigator, and patient advocate. Recently, I have had the pleasure of rejoining the National Brain Tumor Society team as patient navigator. Through our personalized support and navigation program, we work to ensure that glioblastoma patients and their care partners receive individualized attention, support, and information. We respond to outreach from the glioblastoma community at every stage of diagnosis, whether it be at the very beginning when deciding about surgery and treatments, or survivorship issues, or end of life. As patient navigators, my goals are to guide patients and care partners to quality, unbiased information about treatment, symptom management, and social services, to listen and offer support to members of the community, to empower those reaching out for more help by providing them with key tools and opportunities for their brain tumor journey, and to ensure patients and care partners have timely, accessible information by using our key questions for each stage of diagnosis to help them make informed decisions about their care. Glioblastoma Awareness Day serves as an important reminder of the support and resources that patients and families need as they face such a difficult diagnosis. It is an honor for me to be part of Glioblastoma Day, but mostly it's an honor for me to be able to take care of patients and families as they go through their glioblastoma journey. If you would like some help through our patient Navigator program, please contact me through patientnavigator@braintumor.org. Thank you.
National Brain Tumor Society's personalized support and navigation program ensures patients and care partners receive individualized attention, support, and information. To get in touch with our patient navigator, please email us at patientnavigator@braintumor.org.
Hello, my name is Ranjit Bindra. I'm a professor in the Department of Therapeutic Radiology at the Yale School of Medicine, and I'm a co-director of Yale's Brain Tumor Center. I'm very excited to be able to speak to you all on GBM Awareness Day, and I thank you all for joining us. Today, I will briefly highlight the exciting landscape and horizon of GBM therapeutics development. But first, who am I? I span multiple realms from the bench to the bedside at Yale. In the basic science world, I'm the PI of an NIH-funded DNA repair lab with a major focus on oncology synthetic lethal drug screens. In the clinical world, I'm an adult and pediatric brain tumor radiation oncologist, and I run phase 1 and 2 clinical trials in this space. In the biotech world, I'm an active biotechnology entrepreneur, having started several companies, including those that are shown here in this slide. Here's an example of how we translate from the bench to the bedside in our group. A few years back, we made an exciting discovery that tumor-associated oncometabolites induce DNA repair defects, also known as a BRCA state, that confers PARP inhibitor sensitivity. We initially published this work around mutant IDH1 in Science Translational Medicine, followed by a study in Nature Genetics, and then more recently we teased out the molecular mechanism for this interaction. We published this in Nature. We've been able to rapidly translate this work into clinical trials, namely for tumors shown in red, important for today. We're now actively reverse translating by taking clinical specimens from these studies and bringing them back to the lab to understand the molecular interactions to help us design better clinical trials in the future. With that background, I'd like to tell you about why I'm excited about what lies ahead for GBM research. I'd also like to tell you about the emerging priority to address the blood-brain barrier for therapeutics development in GBM. And I would like to highlight the importance of preclinical research in GBM therapeutics development. I'll then tell you about an exciting emerging therapeutic opportunity to target DNA repair in GBM, and we'll end with a few words on what you can do to support GBM research. Every day we continue to learn more about the enormous complexity of GBM. However, we've learned so much already, and in recent years, this growth has been exponential. The first half of the 20th century, we simply called these brain tumors. In the second half of the 20th century, we moved to a histologic diagnosis that many of you know called glioblastoma multiforme. However, it wasn't until 2008 that we got one of our first key molecular portraits of GBM, courtesy of the TCGA. In the last 10 years, we've now had ultra-high resolution images of molecular GBM, like the one shown here. As we understand the targets in their genomic context, I sincerely believe that new therapeutic options are likely to emerge which will improve patient outcomes for this devastating cancer. Next, I would like to talk to you about the emerging priority to address the blood-brain barrier in therapeutics development. Many of you may not know that 98% of drugs actually do not penetrate the CNS, and that's because of the blood-brain barrier. Yet 98% of trials don't consider this problem. And the analogy here is throwing a ball over a brick wall and expecting to hit its target, or shooting an arrow at a target blindfolded. You can imagine this would be very difficult and success rates would be very low. We're now addressing this. This is an example of a working paper from a workshop from the American Brain Tumor Consortium last year, in which we discussed the major problem of the blood-brain barrier and how to address it. We now understand that it's important to understand whether a drug penetrates the CNS and whether those levels are sufficiently high in the tumor and whether those levels in the tumor actually engage their targets. In 2020 and beyond, we're addressing the problem of the blood-brain barrier by many approaches, and this is very exciting for us. Researchers in the laboratory are modeling drug levels in tumor tissue in the brain in 2 dimensions, like the study shown here. And we now have many more phase 0 trials where patients get a drug, a biopsy of their brain tumor, and we try to understand whether drug is actually in their tumors. Drugs are now being designed specifically for CNS penetration, like the one shown here. Other folks are looking at ways to directly inject drugs into the brain to bypass the blood-brain barrier, such as convection-enhanced delivery, shown here. Our group and others are very excited about nanoparticle formulations, which essentially are ultra tiny particles that can be delivered directly into the brain for sustained release of drug into the brain tumor and the tumor microenvironment. Next, I'd like to highlight the importance of preclinical research and GBM therapeutics development. It's important to realize that basic science insights lead to key protein targets, which then lead to testing of drugs in vitro in the laboratory, followed by in vivo validation in small animals, which then leads to clinical trials. Many of these clinical trial results are then reverse translated back into basic science insights, and the cycle begins again. It's important to know that clinical trials that we all know of, like the STOOP trial, were based on very, very important discoveries in the laboratory shown here. So this work in the laboratory is essential for the development of the next therapeutics that will be used for GBM. And we cannot do this work without the support of foundations, the NIH, and many other groups. Next, I'd like to tell you about an exciting emerging therapeutic opportunity to target DNA repair in GBM. For this topic, let's first talk about scale. It's important to know that about 10,000 cancer cells can fit on the head of a pin. Inside each one of those cells is a smaller compartment called the nucleus. Inside that nucleus are over 3 billion bases of DNA. And this DNA is constantly being damaged in GBM tumor cells. This is the type of damage that these cells encounter. And there are multiple DNA repair pathways shown here, which we call the DNA damage response. Intriguingly, many of these pathways are broken or disrupted in GBM. And we believe this represents a very novel opportunity that is yet to be tapped to develop new therapeutics which target these pathways. There are a number of small molecule DDR inhibitors that are being used in tumors outside of the brain, and some of those targets are shown here. We believe that we can combine these DNA repair inhibitors with clinically relevant DNA damaging agents to come up with completely new therapeutic approaches to treat these tumors. This is an emerging team science initiative being sponsored by the National Brain Tumor Society, and you'll be hearing much more about this in the future. Finally, I'd like to spend a little bit of time about what you can do to support GBM research. It's important to lobby and advocate for GBM funding with events like the one today. We encourage participation in fundraisers and to donate whatever you can to our cause. And finally, it's important to learn about GBM and to spread the word. Speak to your friends and your colleagues. Read the stories of patients that are suffering from these tumors. And learn more at the website shown in the bottom right here. With that, I'd like to thank all the folks that work in my laboratory on this devastating disease, GBM. More importantly, a special thank you to patients and their families, advocates of brain tumor research, the NIH and other government funding agencies, and the NBTS and other research donors. These are examples of folks that fund our laboratory that make our research possible. Finally, email me anytime if you have questions about this talk or the work that we do. Follow us on Twitter to see what we're up to, and check out our lab to learn more about our research. Thank you and have a wonderful day.
Hi, my name is Lynn, and I'm from Elkins Park, Pennsylvania. My GBM diagnosis and surgery were about 2.5 years ago. About a month after the 6 weeks of chemo and radiation, I started to wear the device that sends tumor treating fields into my brain. This device disrupts cancer-causing cell division. I still wear this device as it has been very effective for me. From the beginning of my diagnosis as a GBM patient, I believed that I am not a statistic. I don't do research online about my diagnosis, but rather focus my energies on living my life and staying positive. Before the pandemic hit, I danced regularly, meditated, attended classes and theater performances, played mahjong, worked out with a personal trainer, traveled, and spent time with my family and friends. I still do most of the above, however, virtually. To stay positive, I still meditate. I delve more deeply into my spirituality, and I surround myself with positive people. I also connect regularly with 2 different brain tumor support groups. I enjoy the sharing of common experiences. Before the pandemic, dancing and traveling were the 2 things that helped me to forget that I am living with GBM. I'm happy to be a part of the National Brain Tumor Society GBM Day to create awareness and to remind my fellow community members to live their lives and stay positive. Thank you.
Thank you to the following sponsors for supporting National Brain Tumor Society's GBM Awareness Day event.
Novacure is proud to support the brain cancer community's efforts to raise awareness for glioblastoma on the second annual GBM Awareness Day. Together with our patients, we strive to extend survival in some of the most aggressive forms of cancer by supporting patients on our approved therapy and by advancing our clinical trial efforts. We thank NBTS for spearheading GBM Awareness Day activities and for the bipartisan effort for sponsoring the resolution to designate today as GBM Awareness Day.
This portion of Glioblastoma Awareness Day is brought to you by Novacure.
I am David Kaki, and I'm one of the neuro-oncologists at the Medical University of South Carolina Honings Cancer Center. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to say a few words for the 2020 Glioblastoma Awareness Day. As most of you are aware, glioblastoma is a rare disease when compared to more common tumor types. But in clinic every day, I see the impact that this disease has on patients and their families. This is a disease that affects patients from across all walks of life, across socioeconomic classes, gender, and age. Over the last few years, we have made inroads in understanding the biology of the disease, but clearly much more needs to be done. I believe that we would be able to change the course of the disease only if we all collaborate together to bring about this change. As an example of this, recently at MUSC, we have opened the GBM Agile trial that involved a number of parties to get this off the ground. This involves an innovative clinical trial design with an idea to lower the cost, time, and number of patients required to evaluate potentially new treatments for glioblastoma. I believe that more of this approach is needed if we think we're going to make a change and improve the outcomes for our patients. So thank you once again, and I look forward to working with all those involved to bring change and improve outcomes for our patients and their families.
Taking care of patients with brain and spinal cancer involves listening to the patient and taking care of the patient as a whole. Our team takes care of patients with both tumors that start in the brain or primary brain tumors and metastatic disease to the brain. Having cancer in the central nervous system means patients may not only have to deal with the rigors of traditional cancer treatment, such as surgery, radiation therapy, and chemotherapy, but also dealing with potential neurologic deficits such as difficulty with movement, speech, and thinking. It can even affect someone's identity. This requires treatment from a broad array of clinicians working together in a team approach to patient-centered care. We feel that this is essential. Neuro-oncology is a rapidly changing field in cancer care, and so it's a really exciting one in which to work. By its nature, oncology changes rapidly. By being a part of a National Cancer Institute designated cancer center, we can participate in bringing those treatments to patients quickly. Our team utilizes numerous clinical trials for patients with primary brain tumors with the aim of improving treatments which we already know to be effective. Much of cancer care is starting to pivot away from traditional chemotherapy toward manipulation of the immune system, so-called immunotherapies. This includes clinical trials involving vaccine-based treatments, as well as other medicines that unmask the cancer to the immune system's innate surveillance capabilities. By this token, we are making outcomes possible for patients that just a few years ago may have been thought impossible. However, in order to keep these innovations moving along in the right direction, Events such as the National Brain Tumor Society's Glioblastoma Awareness Day are crucial. Involvement of patients, their families and advocates, the research community, government, and the public are essential to moving the field forward. We look forward to building on our progress as a community. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ajad Indome. I am a neurosurgeon scientist. I currently work at the NIH, and I'm here to give you an update on why we need to continue to aggressively fund neurosurgical trials and neurosurgical research so that we can improve outcomes for glioblastoma patients in the future. I'm also going to give you an update on how we make sure that the surgery we do for glioblastoma patients is safe and effective. My only disclosure for this talk is that I'm receiving drug-only support for an innovative clinical trial that I've been running at the National Institutes of Health for the past several years. Now, I know I'm preaching to the choir here when I tell you about what glioblastoma is, but it's a terrible lesion. It's a tumor that comes from the brain itself. It's invasive. Survival, even with our best treatment, with a good resection, radiation, and chemotherapy, typically can range somewhere in the order of 14 months. Though that may have increased in recent years with better surgical techniques, radiation and chemotherapy. And so we need to do better treatment for these lesions, and that includes better surgery. First, I want to give a couple notes on reasons why we do surgery. One, we want to find out what to treat. We sometimes might not know whether it's a benign tumor or malignant tumor or what grade it is. One is to cure the disease for benign lesions. In other cases, we want to safely reduce the amount of disease, that needs to be treated with radiation and chemotherapy. And also for clinical trials, to either determine if someone's eligible for the trial, to figure out the outcome of the trial, or sometimes surgery is the intervention itself. With regards to timing of surgery, and this is critical, most resections of brain tumors are not emergencies. The vast majority truly do not need to go emergently to the operating room within 24 hours. In most cases, there are medications we can use to stabilize a patient, and then there is time to seek a referral to a high-volume center. Studies have shown that volume is extremely important in neurosurgery. When I talk about volume, it means the number of times that a neurosurgeon is doing a specific surgery or a specific type of surgery. Surgeons who specialize and do one type of surgery predominantly are more likely to be more up-to-date on the techniques that are needed and have better outcomes. For part of my talk, I do want to spend some time going over some of the techniques that a neurosurgical oncologist or a neurosurgeon who specializes in the removal of brain tumors might use to make sure that your surgery is as safe as possible. This includes using things like frameless stereotactic neuronavigation, which is essentially a GPS for the brain, where we're able to tell where on your MRI we are within the head by using some infrared trackers that tell us where the surface of the brain is and where our pointer is within the brain. That also includes the use of neuromonitoring, where we might perform cortical mapping, where the surface of the brain, we use electrical stimulation to map out where critical functions are located on the surface of the brain so that we avoid them. And subcortical mapping, where we do the same thing in the deep white matter tracts of the brain that are kind of the wires that connect the cortex to the rest of the body. To get updated imaging during surgery, surgeons will often use intraoperative ultrasound, which is just like it sounds, just like a baby ultrasound or anything else. We can use ultrasound waves to detect lesions within the brain and see where they might have moved during our resection. In planning for a surgery, we may use things like diffusion tensor imaging, where we are able to map out where the white matter tracts in the brain lie so that we can do a safer resection when we actually get to the operating room. Some centers, like the National Institutes of Health, actually use things like intraoperative MRI, where we actually take patients into an MRI during the operation to see what tumor might be left and still need to be resected. And some of you may have seen some of the viral videos of musicians and others who are playing or singing during an operation, and that's during an awake craniotomy, where the patient is actually only very lightly sedated, their scalp is numbed up, and then we stimulate the brain at key moments during the surgery to see if they can still complete key tasks like speaking or playing a musical instrument, so we make sure that we don't harm that activity. Recently in the United States, we just got FDA approval for a technique that by giving an oral drug to patients, there's an accumulation of a fluorescent protein in the patient's tumor that we can see under a special blue light, such that the tumor glows pink, which is called 5-ALA. And we recently started using this at the NIH, and many other neurosurgical centers have as well, so we can better find tumors below the surface of the brain. When we talk about using neurosurgical research to cure brain tumors, our ultimate goal is essentially to make major brain tumor surgery obsolete. And how can we accomplish that goal? I feel that my role is to perform smart, innovative clinical trials so we can learn as much as possible about how our drugs are working in tumors, so that we essentially have to stop taking them out because we have treatments that are so effective. Let me give you an example from my clinical practice that shows why I think surgery is so important at this time. So when we give immune therapy these days, what we find is that on the MRI, after a patient's been treated with immune therapeutic, we often are faced with scans like these where we see a bright lesion on the scan, meaning that it's enhancing with contrast, but we don't know whether the tumor has come back or whether we're actually seeing a response to the immune therapy. What we found is that sometimes, as you can see on the left slide, in patient 1, we have a profound immune infiltration with tons of immune cells that are actively reacting to the tumor, whereas in other patients, that lesion represents a recurrent tumor that needs to be treated in a different way. Right now, we can't make these sorts of decisions without actually seeing what the tissue looks like when we do surgery. My research is trying to find out how we can use other techniques to test whether our immune therapeutics are having an effect in the brain. One of those is by the use of cytokines. Cytokines are proteins that the immune system uses to communicate with each other. By measuring these cytokines, we might be able to tell whether there's an active inflammatory process in the brain or not. My current trial at the NIH uses these small tubes called microdialysis catheters that allow us to measure over time the changes in these communication proteins, these cytokines that the immune system uses, so that we can tell whether a drug that we give into the bloodstream is actually causing the immune system to be more active within the brain without doing major surgeries. In this study, patients first have a biopsy where we confirm that the tumor has come back. Again, this is critical because sometimes it's very difficult to tell whether a patient is actually responding to their previous treatment or has a recurrence of a tumor that needs to be treated. Then we place one of these small microdialysis tubes into the brain. And you can see that in the lower left side. The white part is the part that actually allows the cytokines to be measured. Again, those proteins that can tell us whether the immune system is active. This is a CAT scan that shows that the catheter is in place. On day 3, we give one drug of one dose of the patient of the immune therapeutic. And then on day 8, we take the patient's tumor out. In this way, we have tissue from before and after treatment with the drug. And we're also able to measure the cytokines using the microdialysis catheter. And this could give us an early signal that this patient will have a good response to immune therapy. My hope, as I hope I've explained today, is that when we're done doing research like this and we are able to tell how drugs are working in the brain, patients won't need anything more than this stereotactic biopsy here, where we make a decision about 2 or 3 millimeters and able to tell what type of lesion a patient has, and then be able to dictate what the best treatment for that patient is. We're not there yet, but that's our goal. It's going to take some more surgery in the meantime to get there, but our hope is that with your support, the right funding and the right research, we can get to our ultimate goal of curing brain tumors. With that, I'd just like to thank you for taking the time to listen to my presentation today for Glioblastoma Awareness Day. It is my hope that ultimately, like I said, we'll be able to use surgery in a smart way to cure glioblastoma. Hope you have a great, productive rest of your day. If you want to reach me, I can be found online on social media on Twitter at EKN as in Nancy, DUOM as in Mary, as well as on Instagram. And I'd be happy to take any questions that you have, and I'm always willing to help out with a teleconsult or whatever I can do to help patients who may be faced with glioblastoma. So best wishes to you all. Thank you to the National Brain Tumor Society for inviting me to give this talk. I have the honor to serve on the board of directors for the National Brain Tumor Society, where I'm able to provide an outlook on what research we need to pursue for the cure of glioblastoma from a neurosurgeon's perspective, as someone who has dedicated their career to fighting these tumors. So again, thank you to NBTS for putting this together. Thank you all for participating, and let's get out there and get to our goal. Take care, everyone.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline Garcia. I'm a neuro-oncology nurse navigator at the Barrow Neurological Institute and the Ivy Brain Tumor Center in Phoenix, Arizona. My role as a neuro-oncology nurse navigator basically consists of a lot of education and support. I think education is very important after a GBM diagnosis because there's a lot to know and it's difficult to find good information sometimes. So my role starts at the very beginning of diagnosis. I talk to people about what the surgical aspect looks like, work them through recovery, and then as we get pathology information, I talk to them about what that means. And then we work them into their treatment plan and then onto survivorship. So I find working with the GBM population very rewarding because no two patients are exactly the same. And if I can provide a little bit of hope with the support that I bring and the options that we talk about, then I feel I've done a good job at the end of the day. So the GBM Awareness Day, I think, is extremely important because this is a tough diagnosis and we don't have a lot of great treatment options for it. And I think the more that we bring awareness to this disease, the more support we can get behind it, the more funding we can get, and the closer we can get to finding a cure for this. So, I feel very fortunate to be a part of this event for the National Brain Tumor Society. And, it gives me an opportunity to have my voice heard where I know a lot of other people would like to be in this position. So if I have one message that I can give to you, well, it might be a couple messages, but I would say get involved in your community. There are a lot of community events that go on. There are national events that go on, but don't be afraid to get out there and be involved. When you do this, is sometimes you bring something home for yourself, is that you find a community of people that support you through this as well. So I would say get out, be involved. Remember that there are people that are out there that are fighting for you, such as me and the other folks at our institution. And, one day we will find a cure.
Hi, I'm Martha McSally, and I wanted to take a moment to recognize and commemorate this year's Glioblastoma Awareness Day. Glioblastoma is a ruthless and terrible brain cancer that's taken way too many American lives, including Arizona's own Senator John McCain. I'm inspired by people like Catherine Ivey, who lost her husband, Ben, to this terrible disease. And she turned her grief into action, searched the world over for a place to invest and partner to combat this deadly disease. And she found it right here in Arizona at the Barrow Neurological Center. And there they're doing cutting edge research and clinical trials that are really making a difference. I am committed to ensuring that we remove barriers, continue investment, and stop red tape so more innovations like this can happen. I was blessed to visit the Ivy Center and see what they're doing. And together with efforts like that, we will defeat glioblastoma once and for all. I want to thank the National Brain Tumor Society for raising awareness and bringing hope to patients and families all across the country.
Hello, my name is Rachel Kittleson, and I'm the Director of Community Relations at the National Brain Tumor Society. And I oversee NBTS Connections, which encompasses our community-driven programs dedicated to bringing brain tumor patients and loved ones together, connecting not only to each other, but also to resources and support services that improve overall care and quality of life. Our goal is to provide brain tumor patients with the support, education, and resources they need to become empowered self-advocates and feel prepared as they navigate their brain tumor journey. Our patient and caregiver toolkit provides access to a comprehensive hub of important resources for the brain tumor community, including the NBTS Brain Tumor Experience Portal, clinical trial finder, telehealth resources, and mental health and well-being resources. Our personalized support and navigation program connects patients and care partners with a medical professional on our staff who provides timely, individualized information and guidance so patients can make the most informed decisions possible regarding their treatment and care options. Brain Tumor Support Conversations is a platform for virtual, peer-to-peer support and community engagement, designed and facilitated by a brain tumor patient and volunteer caregiver, bringing together people with direct brain tumor experience to share perspectives, support, and insights. We are continuing to build our hospital and healthcare provider outreach to partner with hospitals and healthcare providers to put important educational materials and resources in the hands of patients throughout the country. And we are working on our innovation series to stream webinars, videos, and podcasts featuring information on key advances, state-of-the-art technologies, and issues in the current brain tumor landscape. Personally, I also have a daughter who passed from GBM in 2017 at the age of 15. And I am truly proud to contribute to NBTS and help to bring these vital programs to our patients and their care partners and families in the brain tumor community. Thank you.
National Brain Tumor Society's Connections program is putting patients first and includes personalized support and navigation, brain tumor support conversations, patient and caregiver toolkit, hospital and healthcare outreach, and our innovation series. For more information, please visit braintumor.org, or you can contact us at patientnavigator@braintumor.org. Thank you to the following sponsors for supporting National Brain Tumor Society's GBM Awareness Day event.
Hello, my name's Steve Adams, and this is my wife Jillian. We're from Hudson, New Hampshire, and I am a GBM fighter.
For a few years before Steve's diagnosed, about a year and a half to 2 years, he had some dizzy spells, some numbness, some headaches pretty frequently, day to day. It got so bad one day, he talked to his PCP and said, "I'd like to get a CAT scan. Something doesn't feel right." They agreed. They did a CAT scan, and while he was in for the CAT scan, they found a large mass. They even called an ambulance while he was in. And rushed him right to the hospital from there because they said he needed to get to a higher level of care. Once we arrived at LGH, they looked at the scans with their neurology team and the ER doctors, and they said, "You guys got to go to Boston." So they sent us to Tufts that night, and by 10 a.m. the next day, Steve was going in for surgery. That was on August 17th of 2017, and he's still going strong. They went in for a biopsy. They did some tumor debulking while they were in there. He went into recovery shortly after. He had a pretty smooth recovery. And then we were set up with the team. We started standard of care, which was chemo and radiation. He did that. Once he finished that, he got a week off, and then he started Optune, which is the electrical fields that people wear on their heads to help with the tumor growth. And we've done our best to remain positive. Steve's had some hard days, some better than others, but he's always remained positive and happy. He's never let anything get him down. GBM's had a huge impact on our family. You know, we continue to live our lives to the fullest. Steve was only 31. I was only 28 when he was diagnosed. We had just sold our first townhouse. We were living with my mom while we were actively house searching. And then GBM hit us. We had to make some hard, fast decisions. You know, we still wanted to grow our family. Rachel was only 10 at the time, and our doctors at Tufts helped us make it happen. We decided to stay at my mom's house for the foreseeable future. We had some things we needed to get done. I was finishing grad school and working full time. Steve had just gone back to work. We had started the IVF process so we could grow our family. We did buy a new home this past year. We welcomed our son in June of 2019. We're now a family of 4. Hasn't been easy trying to make everything happen. We've had our ups and our downs, but we've never felt alone. We've always had our family and friends there to help us.
GBM Awareness Day is important to us. We need to get the word out to make more knowledgeable about the GBM to the public, so we can all work together as a community and raise more money for the research. Over the last few years, not much has changed in terms of the standard of care treatments. So we're happy to be a part of the National Brain Tumor Society GBM Awareness Day, and feel honored to share our story. Thank you so much for
Thanks,
watching.
guys.
Have a great day.
Bye.
My name is Veronica DeRosa, and I'm a pediatric nurse case coordinator at Chuck Children's Hospital in Orange County, California. I am part of the neuro-oncology team that supports families that are diagnosed with brain tumors, including glioblastoma. What a case coordinator does is we help families navigate through the complex medical system. When I hear that we have a child with a new diagnosis of glioblastoma, my heart drops. I know that this means this family's journey will be heartbreaking, and there'll be a series of tragic conversations starting with the new diagnosis conference where we watch the first wave of grief hit the family. We try to support the family emotionally and can only offer standard treatment without a promise of a cure. The treatment is like a roller coaster ride. Every 3-month scans, praying that everything is stable, anxiety and fear running high, never knowing when you'll hear those words. It's progressed. Dad and moms on the computer searching for treatments. Their search is finding that there are not many studies out there, study slots are limited, or their child is ineligible because they have not progressed yet. If they could just buy more time for a new treatment to be proposed or a clinical trial to open up, then when they see signs that it's back, headaches, vision changes, weakness, unsteady gait, the treatment isn't working anymore. The tragic conversations get closer and closer together until you can't deny it anymore. The worst fear they have ever imagined is here. They must decide on what's best for their dying child. Quality of life with memory making, or flying around the country looking for the next treatment that could possibly work. How can you choose? These decisions continue to haunt these families the rest of their lives. I see how GBM can destroy the lives of our families. They have gone through one of the most traumatic events anyone could ever go through, and there's nothing set up in our society to support them. Awareness can bring light to this tragedy, and in turn can bring change and support to not only find a cure for GBM, but to begin to acknowledge the grief these families go through. I feel that it's important to be a part of the National Brain Tumor Society so that I can share the countless stories that I am witness to. The human experience of suffering, grief, loss, and love that cancer parents go through along with their healthcare provider. I made a promise to myself and our bereaved families that we would continue to say their child's name and share their stories by bringing awareness to pediatric brain tumors and to bring awareness to the grief that they are going through. As Easton's dad said to me a few months after Easton passed away, I still have too much left to give because he wishes he could still give it to his son. And I'm sure other families echo the same sentiment. We need to know that these children were here in this world. Their stories were real. We should honor them by acting now and supporting groups like NBTS. Write your local congressman to help them open their eyes that children are dying and American families are being destroyed. Open up your hearts and provide and support in any way. United with love for these children. Unidos con amor.
My name is Rich Pacer. I'm the lead state advocate for Massachusetts, and I'm a 15-year brain tumor survivor. But I'm also one of 4 people in my family to be diagnosed with a brain tumor. I advocate for them. I advocate for my kids. I advocate for everyone. So if you want to become an advocate, it's easy. All you have to do is text the word brain tumor to 52886. It's simple and it will make you feel wonderful.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. Really appreciate you being here. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Robert Berger, and I'm the Vice Chair of the Board of Directors of the National Brain Tumor Society. It's truly an honor to have you all here today, and I can't thank you enough for being a part of and being supporting of our second annual GBM Awareness Day. For those of you who don't know my story, my family has been involved with brain tumors for the last 30 years. In 1988, my cousin Seth Feldman, who I was extremely close with, died of a glioblastoma. It was absolutely devastating for me, and even to this day, it's very difficult for me to talk about. Seth was 2 years younger than me, and he was diagnosed while he was in a sophomore year of high school. He had his whole life ahead of him. He had everything going for him. He had his dreams of both playing varsity high school football and attending Dartmouth College. Despite his terminal diagnosis, he was able to achieve both goals which was a true testament to his bravery. He pushed himself beyond what others would do in his condition to be a varsity football field goal kicker and also to make it to Dartmouth for the first semester of his freshman year. He was inspiring to so many, and he had so much promise at a young age, but his life was tragically cut short just 5 days before his 18th birthday. Despite his youth, he had amazing wisdom beyond his years. And as his health began to decline significantly, Seth made his mother promise to do everything possible so that someday other families wouldn't have to go through what his family had gone through. It was all about using his pain to help others. So here we are. As a result, Seth's parents, my Aunt Bonnie and Uncle Sid Feldman, followed through on the promise they'd made to their son. Theirs was a vision shared by Seth's doctor, Dr. Stephen Salmon of the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute. And with the help of Richard and Judy Ross, plus a small group of very dedicated group of Boston medical advisors, an equally passionate board of directors, some of whom were Seth's friends, the Feldman started what eventually would become the National Brain Tumor Society. It was incredibly challenging back then when they started things over 30 years ago, where there were not many professionals interested in looking at the problem of a glioblastoma. The world wasn't where we are today, and getting the necessary attention for brain tumors was a constant uphill battle. What had now become the Brain Tumor Society, infused by a growing number of similarly affected and inspired families, created a way to support and fund necessary research in the fight against brain tumors. While they built the Brain Tumor Society from the ground up, the organization gained a great deal of momentum and support from the brain tumor community throughout the world. And while identifying and collaborating with similarly interested organizations, they eventually merged with the National Brain Tumor Foundation to become the National Brain Tumor Society. Now, NBTS has become a voice for many hundreds of thousands of brain tumor affected individuals, families, and professionals everywhere. Frankly, it's truly amazing. And now, on this day, our second annual Glioblastoma Awareness Day, I know that we are honoring Seth's legacy and the legacy of all the warriors in the fight against this unrelenting disease. They are our inspiration. They are the driving force behind this special monumental day, and I am forever grateful for their legacy. I am also extremely thankful to the bipartisan members of Congress and government officials who have been working diligently to support the creation of GBM Awareness Day. Today is the day we pause to honor Seth Feldman and everyone else whose life has been touched by a brain tumor. I would be remiss without saying some very important thank yous to the many people that made today possible. First, a huge thank you goes to the amazing team at the National Brain Tumor Society. The time and energy and effort that you all put into everything is truly amazing. Without your tireless work and advocacy efforts, today would never have happened. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. You all rock. I also want to say thank you to each and every one of the members of Congress and their staff, especially their staff, who we all know are behind the congressmen and senators, for their commitment and leadership on this resolution and making this day possible. A very special thank you goes to Richard Perry, who has been a driving force behind this day. Richard, you're truly an unsung hero, and we are so appreciative of your help and your dedication to our cause. The National Brain Tumor Society is committed to working with the champions of Congress to create real solutions and funding the research and breakthrough needed so desperately by patients and families to create cures and greatly improve the quality of life. Today, we all have a tremendous opportunity to honor, act, and learn. To the many that are suffering or who have suffered a brain tumor, GBM Awareness Day is every day, and we need your help to do more. No gesture is too small, whether it be sharing our message on social media, sending a message to your member of Congress, or funding research to create change so desperately needed by patients and families. While we have come a long way since the Feldmans put us on the map to start the National Brain Tumor Society so many years ago, there has never been a more encouraging time as we are on the cusp of so much amazing research and science. Seth Feldman would be so proud of all of us for where we have come for now. But we still have a long way to go to achieve our goal, and we will not stop until we find a cure and rid the world of brain tumors once and for all. I want everyone to know that the National Brain Tumor Society is here for you. I want to thank the patients, care partners, researchers, and providers who all shared the reality in this morning's broadcast. It was incredibly moving, and I hope you were able to listen in on it. But there's so much more to come. So please be sure to tune into our virtual town hall meeting at 12:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's titled Defeating GBM, and I hope you all continue to listen in our program and honor, learn, and act on this GBM Awareness Day. And finally, I encourage everyone to take a second and check out our website, which is www.braintumor.org, and learn more about the National Brain Tumor Society and how you can get involved. Thanks again, and I look forward to seeing you all at our town hall meeting starting at 12:00 p.m.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to National Brain Tumor Society's Defeating Glioblastoma virtual town hall. It's an honor that you're here today, and we're here all together. Thank you. And we're honored to have such an outstanding panel to discuss glioblastoma, including de novo glioblastomas, or GBMs, and those gliomas that may metastasize into glioblastoma. Where we are, where we need to be, is what we're talking about today. And of course, what it will take for us to turn this new decade into the first decade where we see hopefully more dramatic survival benefits and survival rate declines similar to other cancers through the development of new and better treatments. The panel leaders represent different perspectives, but we're all united in our efforts to improve treatments, to create cures and quality of life for glioblastoma patients and families. Thank you to the elected officials who have led the way with the Senate and the House resolutions, including Senators Graham, Warren, Markey, McSally, Sinema, McConnell, and Representatives Mast, Gallagher, Langevin, and Schakowsky. They all came together in a bicameral, bipartisan fashion to advance companion resolutions to raise awareness for Glioblastoma Awareness Day. Thank you. I would also like to express our sincere gratitude to our sponsors on this important day for the GBM community. Thank you to IMVAX, Black Diamond Therapeutics, Novacure, Bracewell, Immunomic Therapeutics, Society for Neuro-Oncology, Karyopharm Therapeutics, Yale Medicine Therapeutic Radiology and Yale Cancer Center, Kazia Therapeutics, the Cleveland Clinic, GT Medical Technologies, the Colony Group, Inovio Pharmaceuticals, University of Texas MD Anderson Cancer Center, VBI Vaccines, Foundation Medicine, Mayo Clinic, and Moderna. Thank you all. As we get started, thank you to all who are listening and participating virtually in this town hall, and a special thank you to all the healthcare providers, administrators, regulators, caregivers, and all those who are delivering care to patients during this pandemic. You are so important. We appreciate what you're doing. We know that even amidst these challenging times, the crisis of glioblastoma and other brain tumors does not stop. Now, we have a great session planned for you over the next hour, and I'm excited to hear what all the panelists have to say. With that, let me introduce Dr. Patrick Wen, Professor of Neurology at Harvard Medical School and Director of the Center for Neuro-Oncology at Dana-Farber Cancer Institute. He is the immediate past president of the Society for Neuro-Oncology and former editor-in-chief of Neuro-Oncology. His research interests span novel therapeutics for brain tumors, novel clinical trial design and response assessment, and endpoints in clinical trials. And he chairs the National Brain Tumor Society's Medical Advisory Board. Dr. Wen is a true patient advocate, and we're so grateful that he's here today to introduce our moderator. Thank you, Dr. Wen.
Thanks so much, David. We're very grateful to Congress for establishing this Glioblastoma Awareness Day, and to David and the National Brain Tumor Society, and all the other patient organizations and the patients themselves who advocated for this. And we're also grateful for the support of the National Cancer Institute and the FDA. As you know, glioblastomas are the most common malignant primary brain tumor, with over 13,000 cases diagnosed each year in the United States. Although there has been a lot of work, progress has been unacceptably slow, and we need to do much better. Hopefully, this Glioblastoma Awareness Day will increase recognition of this problem and bring more resources and new ideas to help us develop better therapies. This year, patients unfortunately have to deal not only with the diagnosis of glioblastoma, but also the COVID pandemic, the economic crisis, and issues related to racial disparity. Although these issues have turned our world upside down, it also allows us to look at problems with a fresh view and see what really works and what doesn't. And hopefully this will allow us to reimagine the way we do things and help us to find novel and creative ways to take care of patients with glioblastomas and find better treatment. We're very fortunate to have Eric Lipton moderate today's town hall. Eric has been an investigative journalist for 30 years, mainly with the New York Times, covering topics ranging from September 11th attack to Hurricane Katrina to the COVID pandemic. In particular, he's had a strong commitment to bringing transparency to the process of government. For his reporting, Eric has been awarded 3 Pulitzer Prizes. I met Eric in 2004 when I had the privilege of looking after his sister Michelle, who fought her diagnosis of glioblastoma for 8.5 years with tremendous courage and grace. And along every step of her journey, she had the most wonderful, loving support from Eric and his amazing family. I know that Eric is very passionate about helping to find better treatments for glioblastomas, and we're very grateful that he is here to moderate the town hall. Eric.
Yes, thank you so much. And it's a privilege to be moderating this event with such an accomplished group of people participating and folks who have the ability to make such a fundamental difference in the lives of so many people. As Dr. Wen mentioned, I've known him for 15 years, since 2004, when I first met through my sister in not particularly good circumstances. He's a soft-spoken person, but incredibly wise and determined. And I often think about Dr. Wen and the extraordinary perseverance that's necessary to work in this field. Progress is so slow, but it only happens through perseverance. And I think that we have to remember that. I'm amazed that the ability to stay so focused for so long on something so challenging and to maintain an enthusiasm that's necessary. And as Dr. Wen mentioned, and it's sort of obvious to us all, this is an extraordinarily difficult year and a reminder of how fragile life is and how powerful nature is, and even how in advanced modern societies we can be so vulnerable. And for glioblastoma, I think this year is also a reminder of how the global medical community can come together to focus on an important threat, and in this case, coronavirus. The pace of the progress in identifying possible coronavirus vaccines, with HHS announcing just today, a contract with Pfizer and BioNTech worth $2 billion to manufacture vaccines. It stands as a model of how quickly the medical world can move when resources and coordination and a sense of mission are all in line. And I think that that's something that I want to discuss a bit today with the various folks on the panel, just about how coordination and unified efforts can really make a difference. And I think we all need to acknowledge up front that the pace of progress over the last decade with glioblastoma has been disappointing. And by acknowledging that, we can perhaps examine why the progress hasn't been as fast as many from the researchers to the families would like. And it's not a question about hard work or the dedication of the people like Dr. Wen or Dr. Chang or all the others in this field. But I do wonder structurally if there are better ways to organize the work. And maybe that's something we can talk about some today with the various guests. So, let's turn to our panel. Each of the participants is going to give a short sort of this talk themselves for 4 or 5 minutes, and then after their opening remarks, each of them one at a time, I'm going to ask some questions. And just to go through the order of people that are speaking, we're starting with Dr. Susan Chang, the director of University of California, San Francisco, neuro-oncology, internationally recognized leader in the field of neurological malignancies. She's been involved in more than 20 active clinical trials that evaluate a wide spectrum of therapeutical treatments. We have Dr. Ned Sharpless, the director of the National Cancer Institute for nearly 3 years now, and previously the director of University of North Carolina, Lineberger Comprehensive Cancer Care. He also served as the acting commissioner of the FDA during part of last year. Next up is Dr. Rick Padzer, the director of the FDA's Oncology Center of Excellence, which attempts to apply the skills of the FDA's regulatory scientists to accelerate novel cancer products. He's been at the FDA for an extraordinary 20 years and 40 years as a practicing oncologist. That's an extraordinary commitment to public health, and we all really appreciate that. It means a lot to everyone here, and we just thank you for 20 years at the FDA. It's extraordinary. And then we have from David Ahrens, who you've already spoken some, who's the chief executive of the National Brain Cancer Society. And finally, we have Adam Hayden, a father of 2 young boys, who was diagnosed in the spring of 2016 with glioblastoma. He received his graduate degree in philosophy, focusing on the philosophy of science in 2017 after his diagnosis. And he now blogs about living with cancer and is a frequent speaker on the topic. So those are the people who are going to give the remarks. And let's start with Dr. Chang, and each of you are going to give sort of a 4 or 5 minute commentary, and then we're going to turn to questions. So Dr. Chang, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Eric, and thank you to the NBTS for the opportunity to participate in this town hall and for your efforts to raise awareness of the urgent need to advance treatments for glioblastoma. We all know what we're dealing with here. It's a highly malignant tumor. It unfortunately remains incurable, and the average survival is about 15 to 18 months in general. And despite initial treatment, having some control over the tumor, it inevitably recurs. And we are only dealing with about 10% of patients who survive 5 years or more. Optimal care requires the expertise of many specialists working as a single team who can provide the necessary skills and the state-of-the-art surgical instrumentation for maximal safe removal, radiation treatment, chemotherapy, tumor treating fields, and clinical trials. Over the last 10 years, the overall landscape of glioblastoma treatment and research has evolved, and the biggest impact has probably come from the advances in genetic and molecular biology. We all know that there are several subgroups of glioblastoma defined by different molecular features, and knowing this subgroup may change a patient's treatment course or prognosis. Another way that molecular biology has played an important role in identifying the different mutations that are possible within a single tumor. We hope to use this information to develop treatments that are based on the individual tumor's unique genetic makeup, targeting several mutations at once, instead of this one-size-fits-all single drug approach, which we've used in the past and really has not been a successful strategy thus far. A better understanding of how the tumor alters the surrounding brain tissue has also added treatment options. So, for example, is the development of bevacizumab that targets the formation of abnormal blood vessels caused by glioblastoma, which also reduces swelling in the brain. And this agent has been shown to slow progression of disease and improve symptoms. In the next decade, we need to continue investment in understanding the basic mechanisms of the biology that is unique to glioblastoma. Scientific progress is now beginning to intersect with and be propelled by the transformative technological advancements of our time. And in the next few years, we expect this intersection to yield fundamental discoveries across the neurosciences. We need to engage and support young, talented investigators who have an interest in the neurosciences in order to focus their attention on glioblastoma. Despite the fact that immunotherapy strategies have worked in other cancers, this is still elusive for glioblastoma patients. But there are many scientists who are studying the specific barriers to applying immunotherapy to brain tumors, and harnessing the immune system in conjunction with other modalities could be a huge leap forward in the treatment of glioblastoma. Ultimately, improved outcome will only be realized through the translation of scientific findings to the patient by efficient design and conduct of clinical trials. And these studies need to address the problem of the blood-brain barrier, which limits the delivery of effective concentration of agents that can get to the tumor. We also need to incorporate earlier assessment of whether a treatment is working or not, so we can then direct resources to the development of effective treatments faster. And most importantly, we always have to keep in mind the critical balance of treatment efficacy with side effects and quality of life. Finally, strength in numbers is another opportunity for progress. International collaboration and shared information about tumor biology, population science, clinical trials, big data analysis, and sophisticated modeling using artificial intelligence can all be harnessed to accelerate new treatments. The NCI's investment in a Glioblastoma Therapeutics Network Award will be key to the rapid and efficient evaluation of novel agents across multiple institutions. We cannot do this without the partnership with the FDA and industry, and most importantly, the alliance with our patients. Engaging the patient community is critical to enhance participation in clinical trials and to understand the impact of our treatment on patients and families. I would like to thank the NBTS for their commitment to this call to action of advancing treatment for glioblastoma, and only together can we hope to make a real difference in the fight against this disease. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in the town hall today.
Next up is Dr. Sharpless. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Sure. I'd like to thank the NBTS for the opportunity to speak today. It's great to join everyone on GBM Awareness Day. I'm aware of the history of this day and how it came about, and I think I want to commend everyone involved for getting the congressional interest and the community interest in this important topic. Events like this are really important to re-energize the community and so that we can join together and make progress in a disease where progress has been elusive. Patrick, in the opening, mentioned two topics, the work that the NIH is doing to promote racial equity in research and address cancer disparities or health disparities, as well as the effect of the pandemic on research. Those are both issues that are taking a tremendous amount of my time presently and things that are the NCI is intensely focused. I don't plan to talk about those much today, given my limited time, but I'd be happy to take questions on the topic if there are any. But really, given the limited time I have, I wanted to focus on the NCI's efforts in glioblastoma, where there have been a few new items that are worth talking about. This is first off a disease where we need better research, we need a better basic understanding of the disease, we need a more nimble clinical trials framework, and we need to see progress for our patients and their loved ones. One of the most important new initiatives in this regard is the Glioblastoma Therapeutics Network. This was recently announced at one of our joint board meetings, and this is to establish a national clinical trials network that will do things a bit differently from the way we've done in the past. I think many of those of you on the phone remember the history of this effort. It started with a meeting, I believe, in the Reagan Building in the International Trade Center, where we got together a number of thought leaders to really try and understand why clinical trials in glioblastoma had been less successful than we would have liked. And we heard a lot about the need to have better credentialing of preclinical models and the better preclinical validation of therapies before they go into patients. And then once they are tested in humans, better understanding of their pharmacology and their pharmacodynamics in the patient, and requiring using things like research biopsies and repeat biopsies and novel imaging to assess response. And we heard you, and then we followed up with these concerns through a working group that was impaneled to advise the translation, our committee on clinical advice. And that provided a number of recommendations that have now been enacted through this new funding announcement. And that announcement is now going forward, and we will be eager to set up this new network that I think will provide a more nimble and more research-based framework for the testing of novel therapeutics in patients with glioblastoma. Two other initiatives I mentioned very quickly. There's a glioblastoma care initiative, which is a cellular analysis of resistance and evolution, which is a single cell effort to really understand the basic biology of glioblastoma by studying the genomic, epigenomic, and immunologic characteristics of adult tumors. And then a matched project called Project Hope, which is similar in pediatric and young adult patients. And I think these sorts of basic science efforts, as I mentioned, are crucial for this disease, where I believe our lack of understanding of the cancer has been limiting. A few other things to mention: we have recently expanded access to our proteomic and phosphochromic studies in adult glioblastoma, building on our Cancer Genome Atlas data, and these sorts of basic science resources have been very important for the community and research. And then I think the work of the NCI intramural program in neuro-oncology is probably very familiar to this group, with leaders like Mark Gilbert and Ken Aldapi and Terry Armstrong. And so I think that the intramural program is intensely focused on novel approaches to neuro-oncology and work in that regard. So suffice it to say, the NCI has a lot of interest in this disease. This is an area where we would like to see progress, and we need to see more progress. And I think the collective action of the leadership of this group and of Congress and of patients and their families, we can together find some hope in this disease where hope has been in short supply. Thank you again for the opportunity to come today, and I look forward to further discussion.
Thank you. Yeah, next up is Dr. Pazder.
Thank you very much. I want to emphasize that I think this is a very difficult time for patients with cancer, regardless of what type of cancer they have. And we at the FDA, and especially in the Oncology Center of Excellence, have been having several listening sessions with patient groups, including your group, to hear what their issues are. And one resounding issue that has always come up is we don't want to be forgotten in this pandemic. And not only are patients with cancer facing unique challenges that they normally do in the treatment of their disease, but this has to be overlaid in the area of this pandemic, where really the medical system has been thrown into, let's face it, turmoil. That being, we at the FDA have made a concerted effort to maintain stability. And if you take a look at our approvals since the pandemic began, we've approved many, many drugs for the treatment of cancer on time or before their due dates. And this emphasizes that we want patients to understand that we are here for them. We have also looked at traditional cancer drugs and looked at different dosing schedules to allow less frequent doctor visits, administration schedules. So there is less contact with the medical community to prevent any exposure to COVID viruses. But the underlying score here, or theme, is we want people to understand, and especially our constituency, which is patients with cancer, that we are here for them. We have not forgotten you. And I think that is a major issue here in the United States. And as again, during our listening sessions that we've held with not only your group, but many of the other disease advocacy groups, this was a common theme that has been expressed. I think has been stated by other speakers, we are all aware of the fact that there has not been a great deal of progress in the treatment of brain tumors. And one of the areas that I would like to talk about, and here again, it goes back to my 40 years of experience in the field of oncology, is to take a look at that career and see tumors that when I began had very little or no treatment, and how they have been transformed and why have they been transformed. And let me tell you just about a few of them. For example, when I began my career in 1979, the only treatment for the disease of multiple myeloma was melphalan and prednisone. And patients used to basically succumb to that disease within a 2-year period of time. Over the past 10 years, because of a greater understanding of the targets in that disease, we have transformed the median survival, or the survival of patients, and many of patients are living now decades. And we've approved over 10 therapies for this disease that have been used either as single agents or in combinations. This is not the only success story. There are many success stories, and they underpin one common theme, and that is we have a better understanding of the disease. For example, in lung cancer, when I started out in 1979, there were 2 types of lung cancer: small cell lung cancer, non-small cell lung cancer. Well, that is not true here in the year 2020. We have multiple different types of cancer based on molecular markers, subdividing lung cancer into smaller pots, so to speak, but pots that have greater efficacy. And I emphasize to the staff, and have talked publicly about this, we are not talking about at the FDA whether or not we should approve a drug many times. Because of the great efficacy that we're seeing in these subpopulations of patients, we're asking how quickly we can expedite the delivery of those drugs to the American public. Again, an underlying theme is understanding the disease, then developing drugs to target our understanding of the molecular basis of that disease. Another major breakthrough that has occurred over the past decade has been the development of tumor immunology, in particular drugs such as PD-1 drugs, which has really transformed many diseases, particularly lung cancer and a whole array of tumors. And I think it's important for us, again, to understand that this didn't just happen by chance. It happened because we had a good understanding of the immune system and were able to really capitalize on investments that the NCI made over decades to understand the immune system, and then target drugs and develop drugs based on that basic understanding. I think that there have been many advances in many diseases, and I think that, here again, we all would like to see the development of new drugs in this disease, and we have been very active with pharmaceutical companies at the FDA in discussing development programs. The basic theme, though, is a basic understanding of the disease. Is the disease the same in each person? How does the disease vary on a molecular basis? How does our body react to that disease, i.e. the tumor immunology of the disease? And I think as we develop greater understanding of these principles, we will see major therapeutic advances in this disease. Here again, in the diseases that I mentioned, for example, myeloma, melanoma, there was a great deal of pessimism 40 years ago, 30 years ago, 20 years ago. In melanoma, the only drug that was available was what I called a toxic placebo, DTIC. Now we have biological therapies of checkpoint inhibitors, as well as targeted therapies that have transformed that disease on a patient level, on an individual basis. We at the FDA are also devoting a considerable amount of resources in developing new tools at assessing the disease and how the patient reacts to a therapy, patient assessment of toxicities, as well as the patient assessment of how they benefit from that disease. I hope I gave you just a brief glimpse of what I consider the major issues here in the treatment and the future treatment of brain tumors in general. And I really do thank the organization for inviting me here. And I'm really very eager to participate with my colleagues here to have a really discussion on where we're going in this disease. Thank you again.
Thank you. Let's go on to David Ahrens now from the National Brain Cancer Institute.
Thanks, Eric. Thanks so much. And thank you to all the panelists and formally to the NCI, the FDA, for collaborating on numerous occasions with National Brain Tumor Society to help develop glioblastoma strategies, to look at imaging and endpoints and all the things that need to be tackled, innovative clinical trial design, things that we all need to really work on together to try to make progress for glioblastoma and all brain tumor types, ultimately for patients and families. For the last 30 years, National Brain Tumor Society and its origin groups have been all in to defeat glioblastoma. We unrelentingly invest in and unite the brain tumor community to discover, cure, deliver effective treatments, and advocate for patients and their care partners. The last decade, as Dr. Chang described, we really got to know glioblastoma in whole new ways as a disease and really make discoveries for the first time, whether it's in cholesterol or nutrient uptake. We learned more targets than ever before. Finally, we could sort of look under the hood of the car that glioblastoma is and try to figure out the vulnerabilities and attack the engine of glioblastoma for the first time, and give a lot of credit to the NIH and the Cancer Genome Atlas Project for sequencing GBM, sequencing glioblastoma, and kicking off a decade of progress. Now, this new decade really needs to be about capitalizing on the last decade while continuing, as Dr. Pazder said, to continue to better understand this disease. But we need to take some shots on goal. And there are really 4 things that our community can do to come together in terms of getting resources, leveraging collaboration, participation by patients in research, and advocacy. So while population statistics have been largely unchanged, we also see anecdotal evidence that patients respond differently to different treatments. And indeed, each patient is a statistic of one. With the kind of opportunities that biotechs and biopharmas and research labs in hospitals and universities are bringing forward, and new innovative clinical trials like GBM Agile, that creates an opportunity. with the NCI developing an innovative approach to glioblastoma drug development through the forthcoming Glioblastoma Therapeutics Network, taking on the heterogeneity challenge with advanced genomic sequencing and single-cell sequencing, as Dr. Sharpless mentioned, that gives us an opportunity. Collaborations with organizations involved in this event and others like Society for Neuro-Oncology, International Brain Tumor Alliance, and others that help bring forward research, that's an opportunity to make progress. With the FDA working hand in hand with us and so many others to improve those endpoints. How do we realize better endpoints that could reveal the kind of benefit that a drug might have for a brain tumor? We're not searching to get drugs that aren't safe and effective approved. What we do need are measures capable of revealing benefit that they might have and establishing clinical benefit if it's there. And the FDA has been creative and helpful on that and continues to be, particularly during COVID. We're grateful for their participation. Congress, of course, has been stepping up to increase funding for medical research and for the NIH and the NCI each year, as well as funding through the Defense Department's cancer research program that also funds brain tumor research. And by raising the profile on days like Glioblastoma Awareness Day, there's more than just hope. There's a national strategy emerging for glioblastoma. Patients and families contributing time, dollars, tissue, which starts the research process, and their participation in clinical trials. A couple of years ago, we did a survey of how many brain tumor patients and families were even aware of what clinical trials are, and sadly, only 36% responded that they knew of clinical trials, let alone had the opportunity to get into them. We need to raise the level of understanding of what clinical trials are, what clinical trials might be available for brain tumor patients, and do more to get patients into appropriate clinical trials for them. NCCN guidelines over the last 2 years have said that oftentimes cancer patients receive their best care in a clinical trial. We have to take advantage of that and try to marry up good care with good research. With strong dedication to addressing health disparities in this country and growing recognition that by addressing health disparities, it can also help treatment development and help patients, we need to improve the kinds of programs we have to address those upstream challenges that create disparities in healthcare. And we're so pleased the NCI and FDA are working on that as well with other funders. Nonprofit funders make important research grants, and there are so many other nonprofits in addition to National Brain Tumor Society participating in GBM Awareness Day today as well. And we thank them for all of their philanthropy and by getting involved. We have to do more than just attack GBM when it's de novo. We need to also fund work that can lead to a glioblastoma, and that's why we're funding glioblastoma research, but also that in lower grade gliomas as well to help stop them in their tracks before they metastasize. With all of this work together, we not only have hope, there is an emerging national and international strategy against glioblastoma. We need to bring some of these work streams together, collaborate perhaps even more effectively, but we're starting to see the barriers and opportunities with much more clarity. And so if there's some take-home messages, would be, please, if you're diagnosed, it's really important to know your tumor and get involved, as Dr. Cheng said, this era of molecular understanding, to get involved and to advocate and join with us, and to know that National Brain Tumor Society, the FDA, the NCI, universities like UCSF, and the other patient advocacy groups, we're open and we want to help. We want to help you get to the best care possible and to be part of the research process so that we can all make a difference against glioblastoma together.
Okay, and thank you, David. And now, Adam Hayden, please go ahead.
Great, thanks so much, Eric. Thanks to these esteemed panelists. I'm honored to serve beside them. Thanks also to National Brain Tumor Society. You know, we've heard about immunotherapeutics and things like this that can sometimes be complicated. Let me make it pointed. I'm 38 years old. This is my life. I'm a young dad. Whitney, my wife, and I have 3 young boys. Our youngest was 8 months old when I was diagnosed. Whitney and I read books about child development milestones. Candidly, we wonder when our youngest's memory will be good enough to make sure that my life is threatened by glioblastoma. Can we count on him to remember his dad? That is the type of urgency that we're up against with glioblastoma. You know, I was in an inpatient rehabilitation facility after my surgery where I had to recover the activities of daily living after an aggressive surgery to remove as much tumor as possible. I was a wheelchair user, very limited use of my left arm and hand. I couldn't bathe, feed myself, dress myself, something that I learned going through this inpatient rehab experience with other folks with neurodegenerative diseases, with traumatic brain injury, brain tumors. You learn really quickly that we need each other. That folks in those vulnerable populations, myself included, I cannot do this on my own. No single patient can. It requires not only our family of loved ones, an extensive medical team that is coordinating care, but also about policies that put research money in the right institutions, that provide the right support services for families like me, dealing with the financial toxicity of care. So it takes everybody together. We know some of the splashy headlines about the folks who have died from glioblastoma, and we know that it affects both sides of the aisle. I felt especially close to Senator John McCain. I penned an open letter to him, and though we are different in so many ways, that brought us together. So we can find unity through tackling this disease. So it takes everybody, and the time is now. You heard David Aaron speak about what we've done in the past decade and where we're going in the next decade. The time is now to act with urgency. The reality is, for most of us patients out here, we're measuring our expectation in months. That's where we're at. When we really think blue sky in a patient community, we talk about turning this disease into a chronic and manageable condition. We want to ultimately deliver on a cure. But right now, in candid, real talk, we're just trying to live years with the disease. So there is urgency, and it does take everybody. And it affects, regardless of political affiliation, age, gender, race, ethnicity, background. This is a disease that is an indiscriminate killer. And I'm enthusiastic, though, to see GBM Day come together and bring together government agencies, terrifically represented by Doctors Sharpless and Pastor, who I can back up. The listening sessions and the working groups, they are happening, and patients are included. I've been included there. So they're not blowing smoke. They're serious. But it's going to take continued cooperation from those government agencies, from researchers, from clinicians, from patient advocacy organizations from around the U.S. So I'm enthusiastic to see GBM Day happen and bring together these groups, and it's something that must spark action for the future. So I'm here, the face of glioblastoma, to try to drive the point about urgency home today. Let's join together. Let's begin to make inroads into this disease. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you, Adam, and for your perseverance and willingness to give your time to focus on the disease. It's so important in the midst of, you know, such a family challenge that you're facing. So we're going to go on to questions now, and we have about 4 minutes for each individual that I'm going to go through one at a time and ask a couple of questions. We'll see how far we can get. I'm going to start with Dr. Chang, and the first question for Dr. Chang is, at the end of this decade, what is the research question that you hope gets answered, and why, with respect to glioblastoma?
Thank you, and thank you so much, Adam, for your impassioned plea for action. It really makes a huge difference to everyone to hear your personal story, so thank you for that. I think we've heard so much about how the biology of this disease is really the way that we're understanding that is how we're going to move forward. And one of the big questions that I have as well is, how can we translate the understanding of the driver mutations of glioblastoma? So we know that there's some underpinnings that really are key to the formation of these tumors and keeps them alive. And so can we then target that? Because if we can do that effectively, that is pretty much the epitome of a personalized medicine approach, where the goal is to effectively treat the tumor and spare the normal tissue. All of our other treatments so far, surgery, radiation, chemotherapy, is really just where it affects normal tissue as well. And so you have to worry about the side effects of those types of strategies. If we can truly identify something that is unique to the tumor, and can we target that effectively, that I think is going to be one of the advances that we can hope for.
And what do you think is the greatest barrier to translating the advances that we've seen in molecular genetics and the biology of glioblastoma into actual new treatments and medicines for patients? What is the thing what do you have to cross in order to pull that off, do you think?
Yeah, that's a really great question. I think, one of the challenges is how do we feel confident that by targeting specific pathways with specific drugs is going to make a difference for our patients. And what we're lacking currently are really the preclinical modeling that recapitulates the disease, that allows us to test in a larger way these different drugs and these different modalities, that we can then say, okay, we've got a really good signal that this is what we want to take into the patient. I think the NCI's commitment to the Glioblastoma Therapeutics Network, where we're engaging scientists, pharmacologists, PD, pharmacodynamics, all of this type of work into modeling what we think is going to work in the patient, and then validating that early trials into patients, I think is really where I'm hoping that we see that barrier of breaking through all the work that's being done in the labs by these dedicated scientists. How do we get that really to the patient in a way that we feel confident that we can move forward effectively?
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to move on to Dr. Sharpless now. And we all know the statistics in terms of life expectancy for those diagnosed with glioblastoma, and that there are a few drugs that are approved. What would you say is, if you were to kind of break it down into 2 or 3 specific things that you're trying to do at the National Cancer Institute to change the way that research is done around glioblastomas that can potentially accelerate progress? I mean, what are the specific things? And you've talked about the new initiative that's underway, but maybe you can explain that perhaps in a layman's way, just to walk through some of the things you hope that you can turn to make things happen faster.
Sure. Before I came to the National Cancer Institute, the therapeutics paradigm for clinical trials in glioblastoma kind of worked like this. It was take drugs that didn't have great data to support their use in human testing, but maybe worked in some other cancer or has sort of plausible mechanism of action, give them to patients in a small phase 2 trial, not see responses in 30 or so patients, publish that failed trial and move on to the next, and repeat, rinse and repeat. And we saw many of those trials, and the patients weren't benefiting, and we weren't developing a new understanding of the disease, and we weren't even learning why they were failing. So, was it because the drug didn't get into the tumor? There's this whole issue of the blood-brain barrier. Was it because the whole paradigm of the trial was bad because the target really wasn't valid, for whatever reason? So, boy, did the NCI hear about this. When I first started as NCI director in 2017, I was besieged in a good way by people like David Aarons and others who are interested in this disease, saying, the NCI has to rethink what it's doing. Those kinds of trials aren't helping patients, and we're not seeing the progress we'd like. And I think this view was widely shared by the clinicians running those trials themselves, as Dr. Chang mentioned. So we, listened and thought and got a lot of feedback through the process I described. And, I think all of you are aware the NCI has some process, and we have to do things in an orderly way to make sure we're dispersing federal monies in a thoughtful and careful way. But at the end of that process, we realized we needed to have better scientific understanding of the things we're going to test. So more basic science, more preclinical models, more validation of targets. And then when we test therapies in humans, we have to really understand what they're doing. We have to understand not just if they work, but if they fail, why did they fail? And that may require things we haven't done traditionally, like repeat biopsies and developing new kinds of imaging that aren't available today. And so that might require some innovation as well. But I think what we're trying to send the signal is any good idea, any new approach, any out-of-the-box way of treating this disease we'll consider, we'll fund, we'll advance, we'll work on, because I feel like most of the improvements we've seen have been too incremental, and we need a real advance in this disease, and that's what we're trying to find. And now we try to create that structure that'll allow that to happen.
All right, that sounds promising. I mean, I know as the brother of someone that had glioblastoma, just looking at all the clinical trials as we tried to evaluate all the options, there just was such an incredible range of things, and it did seem as if they were just sort of throwing things out there and trying them, and the patients were putting up hope but then without any clear idea as to whether or not it was going to result in a longer and quality of life and a longer life. And it's good to see that more effort to try to target that research on the most promising agents and do it in a more rational way. I mean, the next question is in terms of pediatric brain tumors or a leading cause of death in kids, including pediatric glioblastoma. I mean, what do you think it's going to take to change the course of pediatric brain tumors, and what's promising, and where are we going on that important challenge as well?
Yeah, I think it's a good time for the NCI to really commit to the study of pediatric malignancies in general and try and make advances in this important population of patients. Where it has to be said, there have been some great successes in pediatric oncology, but I don't think pediatric brain tumors has been one of them, and certainly an area where we can see more improvement. Now you're talking about a rare cancer, and so doing clinical trials and some of the things that the NCI likes to do are more challenging in this disease. And so one approach I'm enthusiastic about for pediatric brain tumors is really the new Childhood Cancer Data Initiative that was an effort to fund and support really utilization of data better in these diseases and the ability to amalgamate different data sources and really learn from every child with cancer. Because classical clinical trials are challenging, but we still have to get information about what's working and what isn't working throughout the entire course of disease, both at initial diagnosis and then treatment and then relapse and recurrence that occur. And so I think that initiative, which is really just started in earnest with a report to joint boards about the vision of the goals of that initiative. But we're less than a year into it. But I think that already we're seeing the commitment to the molecular understanding of every child's tumor, and then the gathering of data on those patients so that we can learn from them and provide better therapies. I think that's a paradigm that will pay off in lots of pediatric malignancies, including pediatric brain tumors.
Okay, thank you so much. And Dr. Paz, they're going to move on to you. And I mean, what advice do you have to the research community to kind of find a more successful way to do this research? I mean, from your many years of experience, I mean, what would be the words that you would offer to say, here's something that I think you could really take in account of to try to execute more effectively on your research goals?
I had to smile to myself as Ned was talking, because I came up with a term to describe this previous drug development where we just took a drug, used a maximum tolerated dose, and then just gave it to a whole bunch of patients hoping to see something. And I termed this roulette wheel drug development, because it was just like spinning a wheel and hoping that you'd find the proverbial needle in the haystack, so to speak. And I think that has really turned out to be a non-productive approach, and we really moved away from that. And unfortunately, that approach prevailed in the 1980s, 1990s, and even now I see some of the drug companies still doing that. But I think the basic thing is understanding the disease. This is not a homogeneous disease. It is a heterogeneous disease. And understanding the heterogeneity of that and what are the specific targets that would segment out different groups of patients to more druggable targets, so to speak. That's one avenue of research. And I think you could see from what's, again, going on in other diseases, for example, lung cancer, it becomes a big disease such as lung cancer has developed into a group of very small diseases, basically, but with drugs that have a great deal of efficacy where you don't even need to do a randomized trial. It's so obvious because these patients have 50 or 60% response rates. you know the drug works, okay? It's obvious to you. So that's where I would hope that we would be able to go with this disease. And I don't think that that is insurmountable. And here again, using my historical perspective here, I fully remember how pessimistic for decades the lung cancer picture was, okay, with very few advances in that disease other than platinum doublet, so to speak. So yes, we do have a reason for optimism when we take a look at other diseases. I think we also should take a look and really try to understand what is unique in the GBM kind of ecosystem that we could take advantage from immunological therapies. Because I am, although a clinical trialist, I think the major advances are going to come in basic research here. What is unique about that system and how we could manipulate the immune system? After all, cancer really is an immunological disease. And most of our major public health advances have occurred through immunological therapies. For example, the polio vaccine, different vaccines that have occurred. And I think that we shouldn't just focus on targeted therapies, but take a look at the advances that we have seen again in other tumors, such as with the PD-1 drugs, such as with the CAR T cells, where we have really transformed diseases. Now, we at the FDA have also developed and pioneered tissue agnostic indications, looking at molecular markers and approving a drug just on the basis of molecular markers. We went on the limb to do that, and I think we have been very successful in convincing companies that this is a viable drug development pathway. And I really recommend or commend our team at the FDA for pursuing this. But that's the major issues, I think, is really taking a look at a disease that we say is a disease that appears to be homogeneous on light microscopy, but it ain't, okay? It ain't. So let's try to capitalize it and see what is different about individual patients.
Right. Okay, that's all very helpful. And again, I mean, just to relate back to my own experience, I don't know if researchers and drug companies realize that how the effect that the kind of the roulette approach, which I'm so glad to hear is sort of on the way out, has on families and the patients, because the hope that comes, you get, oh, I'm in a clinical trial, the hope that they build, when they don't really realize that this is just a matter of, rolling the dice on an agent that perhaps works somewhere else, but actually there's little evidence behind it to suggest that it's going to be effective there. And it's so devastating to then find is, it doesn't actually work. You just go from one trial to another. That's terrible for the family. It also hurts their quality of life. So I'm so glad that you're moving away from that. It was really hard as a brother helping to try to pick some of those clinical trials when we had no idea. And so, I mean, the preclinical work really does seem important. And I hope there's sufficient funding to allow the selection of the agents to make the wise choices. I have to move on because we're starting to run out of time to Adam Hayden and to talk to you about, I mean, what would you say for those outside the glioblastoma community? What are the things that you've learned that you don't think that people realize enough and that they should know? What are some of the truths that you've really come to realize that are important for both physicians and families that are dealing with this disease to realize and to understand? Adam.
Yeah, terrific. Yeah, thanks so much. So I think there are I think three dimensions that I'd like to highlight, and oddly enough, we've heard some about the heterogeneity of glioblastoma. I'm going to address kind of the outer ring. I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the collateral damage. I think the first thing to highlight for folks is that there is a tremendous amount of financial toxicity that comes with this disease. It's expensive. We spend a lot of money to treat this disease, and a lot of that comes out of our pocketbooks. In fact, for our family, we hit a deductible max for the surgery phase of my treatment. Shifting over to the radiation phase, our plan year started over. So that's just an example. We had to hit the max again. So I think amplifying the toxicity financially is important to know. So it's not only about your longevity and your health, it's also about are you going to afford the next home? Can you pay the rent? The second thing that I'm going to highlight also those in the glioblastoma community go for regular disease monitoring. So sometimes every 8 weeks, sometimes every 12 weeks, you go for an MRI. A scan, takes about an hour or so, but the hour you spend in the machine, sometimes you're waiting a couple of days for results. And there is a great deal of anxiety when you go to figure out, how is my tumor doing? Is it growing? Is it changing? Is it responding to treatment? So the anxiety from that, I think, points to these greater issues that you're not only dealing with sort of the day-to-day ins and outs of function as it's related to brain tumors, but there's also this whole kind of psychosocial model of distress that is about, how do you talk to your kids about cancer? How do you plan for the future when your life expectancy is uncertain? And this anxiety. So I think that's the important thing to highlight for folks. It's not just your physical health, it's this mental well-being that's impacted as well. The third point is really a celebration, because I think it's important not to lose sight of where we've done good things. The patient advocacy community for brain tumors, we often say it is the very best family that you never wanted to join. The advocacy organization, we know that it takes years to get preclinical data into translational medicine, into a clinical trial, into something we can market. I mean, years and years, 10 years, 12 years, 13 years sometimes to get a drug to market. So I'm out there, I'm on the Hill asking for more research funding. Will I be around in 13 years when we deliver on that research funding? I may not. Many advocates in the community advocate anyway, regardless. It may not benefit them directly. So I think really highlighting and celebrating the patient advocacy community is an important part of the glioblastoma experience. So those are three things that I think, Eric. So thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Adam. And let's go on to David. Aaron's, just from the patient advocacy perspective, I mean, what do you think needs to change? We've talked with the researchers and the funders and the administrators of these funds, but what, from a patient advocate perspective, what do you think needs to change to get more action and progress on glioblastoma?
I know our time is limited, but echo Adam's call for urgency, whether it's urgently getting patients to the right specialist as quickly as possible, setting up your care team at the individual level could not be more important, particularly with a care team that understands the molecular and genomic nature of this disease. It's not great for a glioblastoma patient to be seen by doctors that really dabble in glioblastoma. Really need to go to the best of those that focus on this disease. And then we need to take that urgency to the systemic level and do what we're doing like today and getting all the right people working together to build the right programs that rapidly discover new ideas, rapidly qualify drugs in a systemic way, and create rapid clinical trials that determine safety and efficacy fast so we can rule out the things that don't work quickly and then graduate the things that are holding promise. Between 2013 and 2019, we saw about 8 phase 3 clinical trial failures in brain tumors, and they just didn't work. And different products didn't meet their primary endpoint for different reasons. But at the end of the day, these are large, expensive trials. And so to do the work that Dr. Sharpless is suggesting with a smaller early phase trials, to work with the FDA on how to do precision medicine better, this is the kind of work we need to do. But at the same time, we can't stop trying to learn about the disease at the biological and genomic level and bring all those new ideas forward. And to do that, we have to keep investing in the next generation of researchers who have some of those new cutting edge ideas to add to what the establishment has to offer. So we have to work very quickly to do this because, as Adam said, glioblastoma is measured in weeks, not years. We have to go fast.
I just want to close by coming back to Dr. Sharpless for a minute and asking, everyone cares about this so much, and each has a different reason why they really want to somehow see progress. But I mean, what, Dr. Sharpless, would you say to the public and to the families who have family members or individuals like Adam that have the disease? I mean, why should we be confident? I know this is sort of an impossible question to know the answer, but why do you think that we should be confident that we are going to see more progress in the coming decade than we have in the last decade? how would you explain that, your thought process around that?
I think that the thing I could say to any patient with cancer is that there's hope. We have seen amazing progress over the last 2 decades in areas where I never thought we'd see progress. Rick talked about myeloma and melanoma and lung cancer. And, GBM has turned out to be harder than some of the things. Other things that we thought were harder turned out to be easier. It's hard to predict, when this flash of lightning basic science advance is going to happen. But I am confident it's going to happen. If we stick with this problem, and we have a lot of great people involved scientifically, wonderful surgeons and doctors and radiation oncologists and an outstanding team, I think we can expect and we'll see, actual advances in this disease. Congress is supporting us. The NCI wants to make progress. The FDA is taking an amazingly avant-garde regulatory stance. And by the way, kudos to Rick Pazder on that. I think that has been tremendously great for patients. And that is not the uniform approach throughout the FDA. I can promise you there are a lot of people there who do not think like Rick in terms of this forward-thinking engagement for patients. And that's really made a difference in cancer. So I think, we're all in this together and motivated to see progress. And I think we will.
Okay, thank you so much. And maybe I'll just go back to David to close and thank everyone for participating. It's been a good conversation, and we all, have the same goal in mind. And let's hope that, 10 years from now, when we have the same conversation, we're at a different place. So David, do you have anything that you wanted to close with?
Just again, thank you so much to everyone being part of this panel discussion. Thank you, Eric, so much for moderating and for facilitating this conversation. And hopefully we can come back next year and talk about some progress that we made over the next 12 months that then will set up a decade of progress against glioblastoma. So again, thank you so much. Let's keep going and continue to advocate for the rest of Glioblastoma Day and the rest of the year. Thank you.
Hi, welcome back to the GBM Awareness Day broadcast, Honor, Learn, Act, Session 2. My name is Corey Yetkin, and I live in Irvine, California with my 2 daughters. I am also very proud to be a board member of the National Brain Tumor Society. I didn't know what GBM was until my husband woke up with the worst headache of his life, made his way to the ER, had surgery, and we were told that he had a glioblastoma. Michael was only 39 years old at the time, and we started off on this journey of not knowing what to do, what questions to ask. Thankfully, we were connected with the National Brain Tumor Society, and they helped encourage us to find the answers that we needed. But more than that, they also provided us with an opportunity to act and advocate for what was really important to our family. We got involved with the National Brain Tumor Society and have raised over $100,000 to raise awareness about brain cancer. I'm so proud to be a member of this community. It's a community that you didn't know that you needed and you didn't want to be a part of, and are so grateful that they are there to support you every step of the way. When I think of my family, this is the picture that comes to mind: my husband, Michael, and our 2 girls. The picture that you currently see at the top of the GBM Awareness Day page is the last family photo that we took together. It's a very difficult photo for me to see, and it's a very difficult photo to share. But I think what it does is it truly shows the journey of what a family goes through when a loved one has been diagnosed with GBM. It was important for me to show it and share our family's story to let others know that they are not alone in this journey. You have the support of the National Brain Tumor Society, and you have the support of me should you ever need it. It was the roughest point in our family's journey. And just because Michael died, it doesn't mean that another family needs to go through this. We need to raise awareness, we need to raise dollars for research, and we need to continue hoping for a cure. And together with the National Brain Tumor Society, we can do that. I'm so grateful for all of the people that have been in our lives, as I'm sure that you are for the ones that have helped support you on your journey. I'd like to thank each of you, the survivors, the patients, the care partners, the researchers, and all of the providers who've shared your reality with us today. It is so important to be a part of this community and work together. Today, you have that opportunity to honor, learn, and act. When we first started participating with the National Brain Tumor Society, I felt that our day had purpose, that it was important to reach out and to let our legislators know that our voices mattered, your voice matters, and your story matters. Last year, I had the distinct honor of speaking and sharing our story at the first annual MBTS GBM Awareness Day, and I am so grateful for that opportunity. I want to thank each one of you from our family, from our daughters, our biggest gifts, and from so many other families. We appreciate your time and your attention today and every day to create cures and quality of life for patients and for families. Together, we will defeat GBM. I live every day by Michael's motto that became our family motto of living each day glass half full. We can do this together, and we will.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dr. Justin Jordan, and I'm a neuro-oncologist at Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston. I'm grateful for the opportunity to join you all on marking this occasion of the second federally recognized Glioblastoma Awareness Day. I'm thankful to our esteemed members of Congress for their public acknowledgement of this disease and its profound impact on so many Americans. And I'm also thankful to the patients and caregivers and advocacy organizations such as the National Brain Tumor Society for their ongoing campaign of advocacy and support. I arrived at a career in neuro-oncology, unfortunately, through an experience with glioblastoma in my own family. And now, both from my experience as a glioblastoma caregiver and that of a neuro-oncologist, I can tell you without a doubt that marking Glioblastoma Awareness Day serves a number of really important purposes. First, this National Day of Awareness brings validation and recognition to the experience of tens of thousands of patients and caregivers who are or have been impacted by this disease. It also serves as an opportunity to educate the public toward a goal of not only earlier diagnosis for some, but also greater empathy from all. It serves as a reminder to healthcare professionals to keep the possibility of glioblastoma in mind when approaching patients with new neurological symptoms. And finally, The recognition of glioblastoma awareness is crucial for the larger goal of finding better treatments or even a cure someday. In order to advance therapies, we need to continue our partnerships with elected officials and federal funding agencies and pharmaceutical companies, researchers, patients, advocacy organizations, and so many more. Today, we mark the opportunity to renew those relationships and redouble our efforts in this very important work together. When I meet with patients diagnosed with glioblastoma, as well as their caregivers, we bond around several important topics. First, I educate and empathize with the gravity of their diagnosis and the enormous and unpredictable impact it has on their goals and dreams. But secondly, and arguably more importantly, I bring hope to every such meeting. We talk about standard treatments and research. We talk about the aspects of that patient's care that are unique. And we talk about holistic approaches to disease management, including the critical role of physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy, and mental health. In summary, the most important aspects that come from every visit between a patient with glioblastoma and their provider, empathy, education, action, and hope, are the very same outcomes we strive for today on Glioblastoma Awareness Day. Thank you very much for being here to join me.
Thank you to the following sponsors for supporting National Brain Tumor Society's GBM Awareness Day event.
Hello, my name is David Andrews. I'm a neuro-oncologic neurosurgeon who for the past 30 years has striven to develop a cell-based cure for glioblastoma. I've seen the courage of these patients and their families as they face this disease. So it is with great commitment that those of us at IMVAX are proud to sponsor the Senate and House resolution to establish the second annual Glioblastoma Awareness Day on July 22nd. We are therefore committed to continue to advance research, treatments, and care of these courageous patients.
This portion of Glioblastoma Awareness Day is brought to you by IMVAX.
Hi everyone, my name is Erica Finnemore and I'm speaking to you today from Manhattan. My husband John Mark just passed away in April of glioblastoma at age 30. John was a neurology resident at NYU when he was diagnosed, and his dream was to help people with neurological movement disorders like Parkinson's. He was one of the kindest people I've ever met, and he was here to make the world a better place. And he did for the 30 years he was alive, but he had so much more to offer. During our fight against glioblastoma, we did treatments, trials for 26 months. Treating glioblastoma is frustrating because there hasn't been much movement in the past 20 plus years in terms of treatments or cures. Clinical trials are hard to come by and in some cases expensive, but families do whatever they can because this kind of research buys people the only thing that matters, which is more time with their loved one. Just like my grief didn't pause when the world did for COVID, we can't take a pause on working to find a cure and to find treatments for the thousands of people diagnosed each year. When John was first diagnosed, he said to me, "I had forever and now I don't." Because of his career, he knew what he was up against. No one should ever hear a diagnosis and feel that helpless. When John was sick, I used to go running to clear my head. It was constantly so much difficult news and difficult appointments, and I found running really allowed me to focus on what was important, which was spending time with John. This passion led me to join the Gray Nation Endurance team with MBTS, and we were set to run the marathon in New York this year. Through that program, I met so many amazing people, all of whom unfortunately were deeply affected by brain tumors. I'm involved in GBM Day because my husband was an advocate for research, for neurological research, and because he won't get the time on Earth to continue to make a difference, I will be doing it for both of us. Today, I will honor John by being kind to others, by telling his story, by showing compassion like he always did. I will act. I will help fund research. I will work with NBTS to lobby. I will take action to make sure that people diagnosed in the future don't feel as helpless as we did. And I will learn more. I wish I had known more about brain tumors before they directly affected me, but I didn't. And now it's my time to learn as much as I can and to tell our story so that others can learn as well.
Hi, I'm Congresswoman Jan Schakowsky, and I represent the 9th Congressional District of Illinois. I am the author of a resolution, along with my Republican colleague, Congressman Mast, that would declare July 22nd as Glioblastoma Awareness Day. It's very important that we lift up this issue because 10,000 Americans die every year of this disease. It is the most common and the most deadly of the brain tumors, the brain diseases, and 10,000 Americans die each year because of it. My very, very dear friend, very close friend of my husband and me, has glioblastoma and is fighting every single day, and we are standing with him in the hopes that he may be able to continue to live. But in the meantime, the House Appropriations Committee also passed language in the appropriations bill that recognizes that glioblastoma is the most common and most deadly form of brain cancer and supports additional research on glioblastoma. And so I want to thank you. We count on you to be our partner to make this happen. There is no reason why this richest country in the world can't put more resources into finding a cure, making sure that we can stop the deadly stalk of glioblastoma. It's a very, very frightening diagnosis right now. And hopefully if we continue the research, it won't have to be that way in the future. So let's work together. Let's get it done. Thank you for your efforts.
I'm Meredith Buxton. I'm the CEO for the Global Coalition for Adaptive Research. We're a nonprofit organization that was founded to work in close collaboration with patient and research organizations like the National Brain Tumor Society, the clinical, scientific, and academic community, and most notably patients, to build and run innovative and state-of-the-art trials to accelerate drug development for rare and deadly diseases. We're honored to be here today to share more about our efforts to support patients with glioblastoma. We are working on an innovative and state-of-the-art trial called GBM Agile, and this trial is designed to accelerate drug development for patients with newly diagnosed and recurrent GBM.
GBM Agile is a brainchild of over 120 doctors and scientists working together with a goal to rethink what we can do for GBM. The goal of GBM Agile is to improve drug supply to the clinic, newer drugs and better drugs for our patient with GBM, so that we can improve the survival of patients with this terrible disease. What is so unique about GBM Agile?
GBM Agile is a very innovative platform trial using Bayesian adaptive randomization. In this way, multiple therapies can be evaluated quicker, more efficiently, and more cost-effectively than traditional methods. In this way, we hope to find better treatments for glioblastomas a lot sooner than with the traditional trial designs.
GBM Agile is a potentially game-changing trial in several ways. First, it alters the way we traditionally do trials, where we really don't know whether a treatment has worked or not until the end of the trial, by using an adaptive design, which is dynamic and allows us to evaluate how treatments are working in individual patients as the trial progresses, and also enables the assignment of patients to treatments that have the best chance of working for them based on the data from the trial so far.
I consider GBM Agile a game changer because it combines the need for a rigorous evaluation of new agents in a randomized design with other goals that most trials don't have. And those include the adaptive randomization strategy, which favors active agents, the reduction of the number of patients receiving standard of care, which serves as the control group, and also the ability to rapidly move through phase 2 and phase 3 stages of evaluation.
What makes GBM Agile a game changer? I think GBM is a game changer for multiple reasons. It's leveraging a large network of international experts that are all focused and experienced in developing novel agents for GBM, allows patients to be exposed to the most promising therapies. And as agents become identified as not being as successful, those are taken off of the clinical trial. I think the benefits of this type of clinical trial, and GBM Agile in particular, is really to get exposure to and have the opportunity to join cutting-edge clinical research, to get exposure to novel therapies that are not available in other settings, to be a part of making history.
Patients with GBM benefit from having leading institutions with the leading investigators in the field conduct the studies. Drug companies benefit because the study is done in a very routine way over and over again, so studies can be conducted very efficiently. And because of discussions and agreement with regulatory agencies, we believe that this will really bring an advance in the ability to get drugs approved rapidly and efficiently for the treatment of this terrible disease.
How do patients benefit from trials like GBM Agile? GBM Agile will evaluate and compare multiple promising therapies more quickly, which translates into more patients having expedient access to more effective brain tumor therapies.
The design of the trial allows us to use information gained by each patient enrolled in the trial to maximize the efficiency in terms of determining which drugs in the trial are working well for certain patients and which may not be, and also maximizes the chances that future patients enrolled in the trial are assigned to treatments that could have the maximum benefit. This is the real benefit of the adaptive design rather than a standard randomized clinical trial design.
Because it's more efficient and cost-effective, hopefully more companies will allow their agents to be evaluated for glioblastomas. We will identify treatments that are helpful sooner, and this will lead to better treatments for patients with glioblastomas. And because it's a very large international trial, hopefully many more patients will have the opportunity to join these clinical trials and have the opportunity of being treated with these novel agents. This is a really wonderful effort in which researchers throughout the field are coming together to find better treatments, and hopefully we will find the much needed treatments for our patients sooner rather than later.
GBM Agile is an international adaptive platform trial. International in the sense that we are currently open in the United States and have been open for the last year, but are working to open in Canada by later this summer, and in Europe and in China early next year. Our goal is to be able to make this trial and some of the potentially beneficial drugs available to patients across the globe.
As the novel coronavirus has swept across the world, many research studies have had to pause their activities. However, due to the thoughtful and flexible design of GBM Agile, we were able to rapidly pivot into fully remote activities. We allow patients to see their study doctors using telemedicine, and will even mail study drug to a patient's home if they need it. This allows us to maximize our patients' safety while ensuring they're getting the highest quality of care. We continue to strive to adapt to the ever-changing challenges that the pandemic has thrown at us to ensure that our patients with glioblastoma are having the most options for treatment possible.
We are so honored to be here to support GBM Awareness Day and think so important to be able to provide education, funding, and advocacy for a community that so desperately needs new and beneficial treatments. Thank you.
Finally, with MBTS's support, glioblastoma and brain tumor scientists, researchers, clinicians have come together to work and collaborate together with GBM Agile. This has truly created a learning environment where we no longer work in silos and we're all collaborating to find a cure for glioblastoma. I'd like to conclude by thanking National Brain Tumor Society for allowing me to speak to you on this GBM Awareness Day. I also want to thank them for their help, support, encouragement for making GBM Agile a reality. I wish all of you good health, and I'm grateful to MBTS.
Hi, my name is Colin Gerner, and I'm the president and co-founder of Stash Strong, a 501c3 not-for-profit charity focused on raising funds and awareness for brain cancer research. July 22nd is a big day for us and our family and so many others impacted by glioblastoma around the world. It's National GBM Awareness Day, and we'd like to thank all of the champions of this resolution to date for their continued dedication and support. As many of you know, GBM often does not get the resources and attention that it needs and deserves, and this is showing that we're making a right step in the right direction. So why do I care about July 22nd? Why does GBM awareness matter to me? My brother, GJ Gerner, was diagnosed with GBM at age 28 in September of 2017. He fought for 25 months, multiple brain surgeries, rounds of radiation, chemotherapy, a story that is familiar to so many watching this and those around the world. Unfortunately, he passed just about 9 months ago, and this will be our first GBM Awareness Day without him. And while it's only the second, it shows how fast things can move with GBM. During the very beginning of his fight, we decided to live our fight and our family's journey very publicly. And my brother and I started Stash Strong. And with the help of our family, we've grown it into a 501c3 that has raised over $275,000 to date. With the help and partnership with the National Brain Tumor Society, we helped launch the GBM Agile, as well as most recently a personalized peptide vaccination with Dr. Adelia Hormigo out of Mount Sinai in New York City. We've done a lot of things as a family fighting through GBM, as so many have, and our time wasn't enough. But GBM Awareness Day is hopefully putting the truth and the dire nature of this disease into the spotlight. And it's showing so many people, while everything that's going on in the world, GBM is not going away. And it takes my work, it takes so many other great organizations' work, such as the National Brain Tumor Society, and the commitment to continue the fight against GBM. Stash Strong partnership with MBTS is important to me because it's helped us immediately impact research. It's helped us immediately launch trials and give to areas in research that are promising and need the funds. And it's something that obviously mattered a lot to our family as we were going through our fight, but will continue to mean a lot to us as we move forward. I'd like to close by encouraging everyone to remember that just like Brain Tumor Awareness Month during May, July 22nd, GBM Awareness Day, it's one day. And those living with glioblastoma, it's a lot more than one day. It's every day. It's 24/7. So while we celebrate today and continue to put GBM into the spotlight and hopefully continue to move forward with different research trials and clinical work and improving the treatment options available for those fighting GBM, just always remember that GBM Awareness Day, while it's one day recognized nationally, it's every day. And we need your continued support, your continued assistance, and your continued love and dedication to charities such as Staff Strong, such as MBTS, to continue our fight against GBM. Thanks.
My name is Amy McGuire. I'm a speech language pathologist in Boston, Massachusetts. I primarily work with adults with brain tumors at Massachusetts General Hospital, and I provide motor speech, language, and cognitive assessment and therapy, emphasizing preoperative and postoperative care, but I also see patients at other points in the course of their treatment. I am very privileged to be included in today's NBTS GBM Awareness Day because I believe that having a brain tumor, and especially a glioblastoma, is a unique experience that is sometimes easily misunderstood and often under-recognized by not only the public, which has a lot of assumptions about what having a brain tumor means, and also what a GBM is, but also among rehab providers. And I say that as one of those rehab providers myself. You know, I initially didn't know how differently a GBM could impact neurocognitive and communication function compared to having, say, a stroke or a TBI, but that experience can be very different. And there's so much involved in the arc of GBM care, it took me a while to appreciate and understand that. You know, luckily I work with a tremendous team of providers at Mass General, neurosurgeons, neuro-oncologists, you know, nurse practitioners, radiation oncologists, cell pathologists, neuropsychologists, social workers, great administrative support staff. You know, it can sound tedious to list out all those providers, but I think it does start to get at just how complex the care and experience of having a diagnosis and going through treatment with GBM is. GBM is a diagnosis that patients will carry for the rest of their lives, and there can be a lot of topics to cover and support from a rehab perspective, and especially as an SLP, in my experience. For some patients with the GBM, having that diagnosis can impact lots of different aspects of life, including work and leisure, sometimes engaging in social relationships. And that can come up at very different points, depending on whether you're going through surgery or radiation, if you're participating in a clinical trial. So I really believe that connecting patients with GBM to speech language pathologists, PTs, OTs, any other rehab providers who are eager to support and learn about the brain tumor community is important, and doing so earlier is important as well, rather than later. So thank you again to NBTS for holding this GBM Awareness Day and spreading information and the patient and provider experience to others. We're all in this together. Thanks so much.
Hi, I'm Dr. Justin Lathia. I'm an investigator at the Lerner Research Institute, which is part of the Cleveland Clinic, and I'm also co-director of the Brain Tumor Research and Therapeutic Development Center of Excellence. So it's really a pleasure to be partnering with the National Brain Tumor Society on their GBM Awareness Day. So we're currently involved with the National Brain Tumor Society in the context of their Defeat Brain Tumors program, which is focused on an idea of testing a new therapy that kills not only cancer stem cells, but also may reverse immune suppression. So over the last decade or so, we've learned a lot about how glioblastoma, the most common primary malignant brain tumor, actually grows and is resistant to therapies. And a lot of this has to do with a population of cancer stem cells that we think are the root of recurrence. These cells are very refractory, very resistant to conventional therapies like chemotherapy and radiation. And there's been a real push to understand the cellular and molecular basis for not only these cells, but their resistance. Now, in parallel, there's been a lot of interest in trying to understand why glioblastoma grows in patients that have, in part, an intact immune system that is designed to detect and eliminate tumors. And one of the things that's been observed is the glioblastoma microenvironment, or the area within the tumor and surrounding the tumor, is actually enriched in a series of immune suppressive cells. So the immune system has got multiple arms. One is to detect and attack foreign invaders, and the other is to sort of stop. So this is why your body doesn't continue to attack itself after an infection. So what's interesting is that in glioblastoma, these suppressive cells are very potent. And our lab has been trying to understand where they come from, how we can kill them, and what role they actually play in tumor growth. And what's very interesting is if you look at a lot of immunotherapies, some of the reasons some of the conventional therapies fail is because patients have a large amount of these immune suppressive cells in the microenvironment. So where do these two concepts of cancer stem cells and immune suppressive cells intersect? Well, years ago, we actually found that cancer stem cells can directly coordinate the behavior of immune suppressive cells through a variety of factors. So what we're working on now, in partnership with the National Brain Tumor Society, is to try to understand what that language of communication is, and could inhibitors that target cancer stem cells also target the immune suppressive cells, so that by eliminating the cancer stem cells, you're also making the tumor microenvironment more suitable for immunotherapies. So as part of the Defeat Brain Tumors program, we're thrilled to partner with Curtana Pharmaceuticals, who makes a drug that, that targets both the cancer stem cells and the immune suppressive cells. And this is really a good example of academic industrial partnership where, together we think that we can learn more about this drug that, could be eminently relevant to patients with glioblastoma as well as other brain cancers. So we're also very happy to partner with the National Brain Tumor Society on Glioblastoma Awareness Day, because there's a lot of information that needs to be presented in the context of glioblastoma. Some may consider it a rare disease, but it's a disease that we really haven't moved the needle in the past 20 or 30 years. And I think we're now at a place in history where we can learn so much about the biology that we're really well positioned to make advances against this really dire disease. And the more people who are aware of it, I think the better off we'll be. And again, foundations like the National Brain Tumor Society are really pivotal, not only to raise awareness, but to also generate resources for research efforts like those going on in my laboratory that are really focused on not only understanding the complexity of the disease, but also to partner with our clinical colleagues or industrial partners to put forth the next generation of therapies.
Thank you to the following sponsors for supporting National Brain Tumor Society's GBM Awareness Day event.
Hi, my name is Lena Chow, and this is my husband, Kevin Smith. We live in Albany, California. 10 years ago, we lost our son, Jesse, to a secondary brain cancer, glioblastoma. When Jesse was 4 years old, he was diagnosed with the most common childhood cancer, ALL leukemia. We couldn't understand how cancer could happen to such a happy little boy, so full of energy. He went through 3.5 years of treatment with toxic chemotherapy and cranial radiation, horrible side effects, and the risk of potential late effects. But Jesse's positive energy, his curiosity and excitement for life, and his wonderful little sister Ariana helped get us through. Jesse did well, and his doctors expected him to live a long life. The leukemia never came back. We beat the cancer. Jesse had his good health back, and he loved being with his friends, biking, hiking, fishing, cooking up his own recipes, learning to play jazz on his saxophone, living life and growing up. We felt so thankful. But when Jesse was 14, we were devastated by something unthinkable, glioblastoma, an aggressive brain tumor. It was a secondary cancer caused by the cranial radiation that he had received 10 years earlier. We had to tell our son it was cancer again, ironically caused by the treatment that had saved his life. Brain surgery, more chemo, more radiation, and the uncertainty of his future, he never once complained. Jesse kept living his life with hope and humor. The tumors grew back and spread. We felt desperate with the lack of treatment options and clinical trials for his age group. It was excruciating to watch our son grieve for his young life, to helplessly watch him deteriorate with no cure. Jesse was more than a survivor. He was brave and honest in sharing his thoughts about the important things. He was loyal and caring to his family and friends. Even in the darkest times, he never lost hope in his desire to live fully. Jesse was just 15 years old when he died, and our lives changed forever.
So with Jesse's spirit of hope, we began to try to do our part to raise awareness around childhood cancer. We began to write emails to Congress to advocate for urgently needed funding for childhood cancer and for brain tumor research. Even 22 years after Jesse's first cancer diagnosis, childhood cancer treatment still has not progressed fast enough. Unfortunately, we're still using decades-old toxic treatments designed for adults. We need to increase funding for childhood cancer research at the National Cancer Institute. We need more legislation to encourage childhood cancer research by drug companies. As well, legislation like the Childhood Cancer STAR Act is so important because childhood cancer survivors suffer late effects from their treatment years later, even secondary cancers like our son Jesse had. We must find better ways to treat, cure our children today. Let's all work together to make this happen. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dr. Mariela Philbin, and I'm a pediatric neuro-oncologist at Dana-Farber Cancer Institute and Boston Children's Hospital.
Thank you so much for supporting our high-risk but hopefully high-reward work on pediatric high-grade glioma. As you probably know, these tumors are among the most lethal in our pediatric cancer population, and almost nobody survives beyond 1 or 2 years after diagnosis. Why that is, we really don't understand so far, but we do know that our current treatments do not work. So how can we find a completely new approach to target these tumors? One way is to look at not only the cancer cells or tumor as a whole, but also look at the interactions of the tumor cells with the normal cells that surround and feed them. And what we do to get a handle on this is single-cell RNA sequencing, which means we sequence every single cell within the tumor, and not only the tumor cells, but also the normal blood vessels, immune cells, and resident normal brain cells, to find out what's actually making the tumor comfortable in the brain, and how can we then interact or block these back and forth communication lines to find new treatments. One very exciting finding we noticed is when we looked at all the single cells from DIPG tumors or diffuse intrinsic pontine gliomas, was that all the tumor cells were not all the same either, meaning that some tumor cells were really bad in a way that they were stem cell-like, dividing a lot to produce more bad cells, but about a third of tumor cells within untreated patient tumors was able to differentiate or mature and become almost normal cells. They were still tumor cells because they had the same mutations and chromosomal abnormalities as all the other tumor cells, but their appearance and their behavior was much more like normal cells. They even looked like normal astrocytes or oligodendrocytes under the microscope. This finding was exciting in 2 ways. First of all, it means that even without any treatment, certain tumor cells figure out a way to become almost normal and be reminded of what they were supposed to do in the first place, which is to become a normal cell, stop to proliferate and divide, and start doing the job in the brain, so to say. But second of all, and this is very exciting to us, can we use this finding to therapeutic ends? Meaning that if some of these cells can already figure out a way to mature and stop dividing, can we push the remaining cells that way also? Even those cells that have forgotten what they were supposed to do. And thereby, in addition to just killing the tumor cells, differentiate the cells and use that as a new way for treating our children and young adults with these horrible tumors. The hope we have generated with these findings in our lab is very palpable, as we have now moved to the next step and indeed have already found a few genetic targets and also chemicals that target these genes that, when given to DIPG and GBM cells, can actually push cancer cells towards maturation. We believe that this could ring in a new phase of treatment for pediatric and young adult brain tumors, and we couldn't have done this without your support. In addition to this initial attempt of finding all the single cells within high-grade gliomas, we also recently started a project called Project Hope. This is a fantastic multi-center national study on not only pediatric, but also adolescent and young adult patients with relapsed high-grade gliomas. In this project, we work with many researchers around the country to find out not only what drives the original tumor of these patients, but then also look at the same exact patient's tumor when it reoccurs after treatment and ask the questions, what has changed during treatment? And who are the resistant cells who are now there and gave rise to this recurrent tumor? And most importantly, again, are there any new programs or even new kinds of cells we now have to target that are different from the original tumor? This particular project, HOPE, was only possible because of people like you who advocate for and support brain tumor research. Because big projects like this require not only collaborations across different institutions, in this case between Stanford, UCSF in San Francisco, CHOP in Philadelphia, and Dana-Farber Boston Children's Hospital, but it also takes coordinated funding, and was only possible because of coordinated funding between the National Brain Tumor Society and the National Cancer Institute. So thank you again for all your support. We could not do this without you. Let's fight brain cancer together and put an end to this disease. We are now so excited to share with you all the reasons why we think single-cell RNA sequencing is going to change the outlook on GBM and other high-grade gliomas. And here's what the members of the Philbin team would like to share with you.
Hi, I'm Ashini from the Philbin Lab, and I'm a postdoctoral fellow. I think single-cell RNA sequencing studies are important because it gives us the most zoomed-in overview of a tumor's molecular composition. I am doing this research because I want to help improve the outcome of glioblastoma patients and ultimately help find a cure.
Hi, I'm Bernhard Englinger from the Philbin Lab, and I'm a postdoc with background in molecular and cancer biology. I think single-cell RNA-seq is important because it is a technology that allows us for the first time to resolve tumors at whole transcriptome scale and single-cell level. By this, we learn much about the evolution, coexistence, and plasticity of cancer cell states and differentiation trajectories, potentially independent of known genetic driver events. I'm doing this research because I'm convinced that the sum of every small advance in understanding the pathobiology of GBM will bring us closer towards a cure for this tumor type.
Hello, my name is Hefzin Mire, and I'm a research technician with the Philbin Lab. The cells in our bodies become unique and diverse by activating different combination of genes. So single-cell RNA sequencing is a powerful tool that allows us to study RNA that is transcribed from these genes in our cells, in order for us to find out which genes are active in particular cell types in GBM. Thus, I use single-cell RNA sequencing to get a better understanding on how certain types of gene fusions can be oncogenic drivers in GBM, and how to target these fusions to combat these aggressive brain tumors.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie Shaw, and I'm the Philbin Lab Manager. I think that single-cell RNA sequencing is important because it gives us the ability to see the difference between tumor cells and the healthy normal cells. I do this research because I truly believe it will lead us down the path for our cure.
Hi, I'm Lee from the Philbin Lab, and I'm a computational biologist. I think single-cell RNA-seq is important because it empowers us to identify different types of malignant cells within a seemingly homogeneous tumor. I'm doing this research because many children are still suffering GBM with poor prognosis out there, and I want to help them fight against cancer so they can live the colorful life that they deserve so much.
Hi, my name is Olivia Hack, and I'm a research technician in the Philbin Lab. In my research, we're trying to understand the differences between primary and recurrent pediatric high-grade glioma samples. Using traditional methods, we might actually think these tumors are approximately the same. But however, by using single cell, we can actually see that there are subtle differences in the cellular makeup of these samples. And by analyzing the changes in cellular composition or in tumor microenvironment, we can not only see how these samples are different, but we can start to understand, say, how treatment impacts a tumor, or even what drives a tumor's recurrence. And this could, for example, lead to new therapies or even treatments that could target these recurrence pathways.
Hello, my name is Gustavo, and I'm a postdoctoral fellow at Philbin Lab. So if cancer is an enemy, single cell allows us to know him, identify their vulnerabilities, and map where or how exactly to target. I'm doing this because I want to improve childhood care. I want to see families feeling relieved, knowing that their children might have a hope and a promising future. I want to find a solution for this devastating disease.
Hi, I'm Elon Liu, a postdoctoral researcher in the Philbin Lab. One of the main challenges in tackling glioblastoma is that we have to imagine these tumors as each being a unique, highly complex biological organism or system within the brain. And now, single-cell RNA sequencing presents a tremendous tool to study these complex systems at the highest resolution possible. Single-cell RNA sequencing helps to uncover the unique composition of each individual glioblastoma and to find more precise biomarkers and targets. I am doing this research because as a physician, I strive to be able to offer better explanations and treatment options for my patients.
We are going all in
For the fight
against pediatric,
adolescent, and
adult GBM.
We will
Win this fight
together.
My name is Erin Pink and I live in Pennsylvania. My family organizes the Madison Brain Tumor 5K in Madison, Wisconsin. My father-in-law, Doug, had glioblastoma and was our reason for getting involved in the National Brain Tumor Society and starting this event. We started the Douglas M. Pink Run Walk for glioblastoma in 2014 with 225 participants and raised $20,000. Our event has changed and grown, and we have now renamed the event the Madison Brain Tumor 5K because we have built a community that comes together to support each other. The back of our shirt honors the lives of over 130 people whose loved ones participate in our event. Last year, we had approximately 1,100 participants from 22 states and raised $72,000. We are overwhelmed by the support for our community, for our virtual event this year. We had 700 participants and raised over $41,000, our second largest event to date. 7 years ago, when we decided to start this event, our goal was to honor Doug's life and raise money for research in hopes of finding a cure. We never imagined that our event would grow the way it has and our community of support would be created. I am honored to be part of the GBM Awareness Day. It is another way to honor Doug and the others in our community. Learn more about Defeat GBM and continue to take action towards finding a cure.
Hi, my name is Luann Pink, and this is my daughter, Hillary. We are from Waunakee, Wisconsin. I have two sons, Matthew in Pennsylvania and Jeffrey in New Hampshire. Together, we organize a 5K each July in Madison, Wisconsin to support the research efforts to defeat glioblastoma. My husband, Doug, died after a 5-month battle with GBM. My family started the Madison Brain Tumor 5K to remember Doug and to create awareness and offer support to all the families who have lost a loved one to a brain tumor. GBM Awareness Day is a day to remember Doug and also make aware the support and research that is being done to hopefully find a cure.
Hi, my name is Josh Allen, and I'm Chief Scientific Officer at Oncoceutics. Today, I'd like to share with you my cause for optimism about new treatments for glioblastoma and other kinds of brain cancer. The reason why I'm optimistic has to do with the change in the way that we understand this disease. So it's important to start with the historical perspective of how we have thought about defining this disease. So here is what one of the earliest snapshots are that we have clinically of glioblastoma. Typically, the first time we see the disease, it shows up on an MRI, as you can see here, lighting up in the center as this contrast-enhancing mass. And at this point in the workup of the disease, we're really not sure exactly what it is. We're not even sure it's glioblastoma. All we know is that this is a large mass in the brain that shouldn't be there. It's disrupting the function of normal brain tissue that would be there carrying out important roles. So at this point, all we know this is a brain mass, and we should probably get in there and remove it while sparing as much normal tissue as we can. So the point at which we know that tumors are a glioblastoma or some other kind of brain cancer occurs once we have a chance to take out that mass and look at it under the microscope. And this is what we typically see when we stain these cells and put them on a slide and visualize them under a microscope. On the left, when it's normal brain tissue. So what you can see there is the dark little spots are spread out nicely apart from each other, and they're doing things that they should normally be doing. And this is a very different picture than what you see on the right, which is tissue that is taken from a patient who has glioblastoma. And so in contrast, you can see the dark little spots are crammed all in next to each other. There's a lot of them. There are many irregular shapes. And what that's showing you is that those cells have become malignant. They're proliferating out of control and aren't in check anymore. And it tells us there's a lot of different things happening in that tissue that aren't normally happening. And the diagnosis of GBM or glioblastoma is really determined based on what these kind of pictures tell us. So this diagnosis is based on how the tumor cells look and what other specific components of the tumor other than those cells look like. So this is how we've traditionally thought about defining the disease. Now, how have we thought about drugs and treating this disease? Well, that comes from another effort, which is not just putting this tissue on slides and preserving them so that we can see them under the microscope, but most of those efforts instead come from taking those tumors, digesting them up, and finding a way to grow those cells under conditions that make them happy. So we take these colorful solutions and we're able to grow them under sterile conditions in a way that lets them proliferate and give rise to additional tumor cells. And the idea is that in those controlled conditions, we can then take and change what happens to those cells. We could use technology to introduce different compounds in a high throughput way into that mixture that they float in, or we can vary other conditions and figure out what makes these tumor cells get more aggressive and grow out of control. And on the other end of the spectrum, what can make them die? And preferentially, what can make them die without harming normal cells? And so there's a lot more sophistication that goes into finding drugs these days, but at a conceptual level, this is a lot of what goes on. We grow these tumors in lab models, and we try to find new drugs that target things that cause them to die. So this, at a fundamental level, has allowed us to prioritize a lot of ideas from the lab that have excited us enough to try them out in patients and perform clinical trials. And as many of you know, unfortunately, a lot of those ideas that work in the lab have not worked out in clinical trials. And so here's just a few examples. This could go on for slide after slide to show many examples of randomized clinical trials for glioblastoma that have not worked. So what we're typically looking for is to take a large group of patients enrolled into a clinical trial and randomly assign them to receive whatever therapy and care they would normally receive, or an experimental therapy that showed promise in the lab. And ideally, you would see these different curves separate. And unfortunately, despite a lot of clinical trials and new ideas for several decades, those curves have largely not separated. there's only a handful of examples for different interventions that have actually been approved for brain tumors, not just glioblastoma, because there's just been a lot of failures despite those efforts. So what's the reason for that, right? Obviously, the whole field has been trying to understand why there's so many good ideas that just don't pan out in clinical trials. And there's a lot of different reasons that people have put forth for these failures. For example, it may be that a lot of these drugs don't get into the brain tumor in the first place because your brain has a very robust fencing system that keeps compounds out of your normal brain for good reason, to protect it. So maybe those same robust barriers are in place, and a lot of drugs just aren't getting into the tumor. So they never had a shot at working in the first place. Or maybe those models aren't very good, that we have in the lab. Mimicking the way brain tumors grow in a human is not a simple task, and a lot of the models we have don't do a good job at that. So maybe our systems and models aren't very good. But there's another a reason that I'm a big believer in, and I think is making its way into showing promise for treatments. And one reason why we may be failing is maybe we're thinking about the disease a little bit wrongly. We're really defining this disease, like I mentioned, based on the way it looks under a microscope, and not exactly based on what went wrong in the tumor at a molecular level. And we're starting to change that thinking. So even before you get into the molecular sophistication, that idea makes some sense with what we've known for a really long time. So go back to those survival curves I showed you earlier where we failed in clinical trials. Even within those curves, you can see that there's a lot of differences in the way this disease affects people. It doesn't all affect everybody the same way. So, unfortunately, a lot of you all have probably heard the survival of glioblastoma is about a year to a year and a half. But that's really just the median. That means that, half the patients live longer, half live shorter. And when you look at these survival curves in this disease, there's a large spread of different outcomes. So, for example, if you look in these curves I was showing you, you can see over at the patients, that there's about, 10 to 30% of patients that live longer than 2 years. And on the other more unfortunate end of the spectrum, you can see that there is roughly 10 to 25% of patients who live less than 6 months after being diagnosed. So that already tells you this disease is not all one thing. There's a lot of different forms of this disease that can affect people in different ways. And we've seen that for a long time in the survival information from clinical trials, but we're starting to see the same thing now with our molecular investigations that we have. So this is some data that shows you that same concept of heterogeneity, but at a much more microscopic level. So what we can now do is take patients' tumors out after surgery or biopsy. We can break those tumors down into individual cells, and then we can use these molecular tools to peer into these cells and figure out exactly what has went wrong in a very comprehensive way by looking for different changes that have happened. And so there's a few concepts in the data on the right that are important. So one is that we found through these investigations that tumors are very different from patient to patient. And the second is that even within an individual patient's tumor, the tumor cells that make up that one mass are very different from each other. And both of those concepts are really important if you want to beat back and defeat this disease, because ultimately you need to address and tailor treatments to all of the cells that have went wrong within the disease. So the data on the right shows you what these molecular investigations tell you at a summary level. So each dot on here is an individual tumor cell. Each color represents a patient. And the further apart these dots are on this plot, the more different they are from each other. So the first thing that you'll notice is even within the dots that are all the same color, which is tumor cells coming from the same patient, the same mass, you can see all the colored dots are not piled on top of each other. They're actually quite spread apart in many areas. And that tells you that the tumor cells making up that tumor are very different from each other. The next thing you will notice is that the colors of the dots, they're not really overlapping. The colors are kind of spread into their own areas of this graph. And that tells you that these patients' tumors are very different from each other. So the disease varies patient to patient. And that's not only important to understand at the philosophical level, so we just understand this disease is different, but it's really important actionably with how we can treat these. Because if we figure out what's going on in each of these individual dots and take a closer look at some of the data that's toward the bottom of the slide, what we find is these different tumors and different tumor cells have different things that have went wrong in them at a molecular level. And that clues us in on very different treatment strategies depending on what's went wrong. So we've begun to think about this disease, not just how it appears on a slide when we stain it with chemicals and give those colors, but we've started to think about it more based on what has went wrong at the molecular level. And so there's some treatments that have begun to hone in on this and are showing promise in clinical trials for select patients that are enrolled based on what went wrong at a molecular level and not just the glioblastoma definition of how they look on a slide. And so I want to show you a few quick examples of this showing promise in the clinic. The first one is very near and dear to me because I've been working on this drug for more than 10 years. It's called ONC201. And what happened is in the lab setting, I saw in my experiments as a graduate student that the drug worked well in lab models of glioblastoma, but when we put it into clinical trials, it looked like the other curves looked that I showed you earlier. It didn't work by the standard metrics for all glioblastoma patients. But what did happen is there was one patient who had an incredible response where her tumor completely went away in the area where it started, and that response was maintained for several years. No one else in that trial responded like that. And what we found was at the molecular level, there was a specific mutation unique to this patient's tumor that sensitizes tumor cells to this compound. And so that allowed us to go back into clinical trials and not keep just looking at glioblastoma based on the way it looks on a slide, but rather search for brain cancer patients that have this specific mutation. And not only have we been able to see that one patient's tumor shrank, but we've been able to see this in many other patients that have this kind of mutation. And this is really important because for years we've been looking for drugs that could just slow the growth of this disease down and prolong survival and give a little bit of benefit. But not only do we see these kind of results that are just trying to slow down the growth, we're actually seeing the tumors reverse course and shrink in some cases, which is something that has not been seen before for these kind of brain cancers after they grow back after chemoradiation and surgery. And that's not just something we see with this compound ONC201. That's a trend that we're beginning to see with other targeted agents, where again, rather than enrolling patients based on their histology, as it's called, but rather focusing on these molecular things that have went wrong and targeted them. So on the left, this is a similar example to ours, but rather than targeting what ONC201 targets, there's an enzyme called IDH that's mutated in some kind of brain cancers, and there's an inhibitor developed that is just reported at ASCO that these tumors are shrinking in response to this agent. And again, similar things seen for a different molecular defect in a kinase called BRAF, where if there's a specific mutation, if a combination of two kinase inhibitors are administered, they're seeing response rates that are similar to what we're seeing with ONC201 in a different form of this disease that has that specific molecular defect. So I hope with that, I could share a little bit of why I'm excited about the future of drug development in glioblastoma and other kinds of brain cancer. I'm hopeful that we're changing the way we're thinking about the diseases, and that's allowing us to tailor treatments so we can continue to send more of this disease into remission. So thanks very much for your attention.
We are Glenn and Becky Asher, and we live in Indian Land, South Carolina. In April 2009, our 29-year-old daughter, Anna, was diagnosed with GBM, and in November 2010, she succumbed to that horrible disease. Anna was incredibly brave and told us that all she feared was that she would be forgotten after her death. She need not have feared that. Anna will always be remembered for her beautiful blue eyes and curly blonde hair. She was the youngest of our 3 children and our only daughter, and she was an accomplished musician and a terrific dancer. She attended Virginia Tech, and after graduation, she went on to law school, and she was practicing in the profession that she loved until GBM robbed her of the ability to continue. Anna faced her diagnosis with dignity, and she always worried more about her family than she did about herself.
Through NBTS, we support the Palliative Care and Hospice Education and Training Act. Anna's sudden diagnosis through a massive seizure instantly turned our world upside down. A palliative care professional, when she was diagnosed, could have helped Anna and us navigate the GBM disease process, as well as coordinating her specialists much better than we did on our own, because we sure muddled through that. Through NBTS and Head to the Hill, we lobby Congress on this and other brain tumor-related legislation. We're also happy to support the Carolinas Brain Tumor Race and the Race for Hope in Washington, D.C., as they raise much-needed funds for brain tumor research. We are honored to participate in GBM Awareness Day. We seize every opportunity possible to honor Anna's memory and to promote GBM awareness. We also feel that others should advocate because GBM is a nasty, devastating disease that can rear its ugly head with no notice and change an entire family's life forever. We must find a cure.
Hello everyone, my name is Akanksha Sharma. I am a neuro-oncologist and a palliative care specialist. I am honored to be here today. Working with brain tumor patients, and specifically glioblastoma patients, has been a privilege for me. Glioblastoma is a vicious tumor. It is an unwelcome guest that invariably changes the course of one's life, and it does this in unpredictable spurts, which makes it harder for us to treat and control its impact. Yet I find that each patient that I work with and their loved one are so full of hope, love, courage, and a tenacity and passion for life. I'm inspired every single day by my patients and their families. I see my role as walking with the patient and their family from diagnosis to the very end, through the highs and the lows, providing all the support I possibly can through this journey. It is not an easy journey, since glioblastoma snatches so much and we continue to be so limited in our treatment options. I believe strongly that palliative care is necessary in this journey, exactly for this reason. Palliative care alleviates suffering and improves quality of life, and those are 2 aspects that are so necessary. Symptoms can be better managed, emotional and mental health optimized, physical health optimized, and plans for the future can be put in place. Caregivers can be better supported. We all benefit and are better prepared with the inclusion of palliative care. National Brain Tumor Society has been a strong supporter of palliative care, and I'm thankful that on this Glioblastoma Awareness Day, I can speak to you as a provider who specializes in both. I hope that the information you gain today will help you plan and prepare for the journey ahead, and I hope that it will empower you. I hope that you will use all resources available to live as full a life as possible and as long a life as possible. These resources should include palliative care. Thank you so much.
My name is Eva Galanis. I'm a medical neuro-oncologist and brain tumor researcher at the Mayo Clinic. I'm also chairing the Brain Tumor Committee for Alliance for Clinical Trials in Oncology, which is one of the National Cancer Institute funded cooperative groups. So I do have the privilege to take care of glioblastoma patients in my clinic every day. So I witness firsthand how devastating this disease can be. This is also a point of frustration. In the last 15 years, we only had 2 new drugs and 1 device approved for glioblastoma. This is in sharp contrast to many drugs approved for other tumor types. And this needs to change. We do live in an unprecedented era of scientific discovery. Our understanding of molecular biology of glioblastoma is deeper than ever before. We understand driving pathways. We understand cross-talking between tumor cells, normal cells, immune cells at the single cell level. So it's a great opportunity to translate all of that into therapeutic advances. We need to move scientific discovery into the clinic and do it fast. These are some of the things we are working on. Not all glioblastoma tumors are created equal. They have specific molecular characteristics and frequently also actionable targets. So part of the work we're trying to do is to match the right patient with the right drug. In addition, we believe there is a true opportunity in terms of immunotherapy, despite the fact that glioblastoma has not benefited today from the significant advances in immuno-oncology that have benefited other tumor types. Our understanding of tumor immunology is much deeper than ever before. That, in conjunction with a number of weapons that we have in our immuno-oncology armamentarium, for example, immune checkpoint inhibitors, oncolytic viruses, gene therapies, vaccines, create a significant opportunity to turn this immunologically cold tumor to a tumor that is responsive to immunotherapy. And as we move with these new approaches, we need to do it fast, and that means using more flexible, more adaptive designs that allow us to both get answers faster, and if we see a signal, to be able to move all the way from early clinical trials to an FDA-approved drug fast. In order to do that, we are committed to work closely with FDA and the other regulators in order to be able to remove barriers while still keeping drug development safe for our patients. We're also committed to working with our industry partners to make sure that the new drugs for glioblastoma are affordable for all our patients. And also, importantly, our goal is not just to prolong the lives of our patients with glioblastoma, but to combine that with good quality of life. So to all of you, our patients, our advocates, a big thank you. You are our inspiration. You are our heroes. And we are committed to continue working hard, to continue pushing the envelopes towards finding solutions that will allow us to change the natural history of this disease. Thank you.
Thank you to the following sponsors for supporting National Brain Tumor Society's GBM Awareness Day event.
Good day. My name is Craig Frost. I live in Pleasant Hill, California, by way of Rhode Island, Arizona, and New Jersey. 26 months ago, I was diagnosed with a GBM in my right temporal lobe. Since that time, I have followed the standard of care, including 12 months adjuvant chemotherapy. And I have been wearing tumor treating field since July of 2018. After 2 days contemplating the implications of my diagnosis, I realized I had some decisions to make about how my journey would unfold. My first decision was, what attitude will I adopt? I chose positivity. Positive, I could beat the statistics, fueled by insight from my oncologist. And positive that I could participate in finding a cure and then be among the first to be cured. To fuel my positive attitude, I started calling the humbling number of people I've been blessed to have come to know in my life and telling them my story. I also stayed active and continued to do the things I love to do while managing my treatment protocol. I spent time with my family, practice my faith, and maintain hope for a cure. I also decided to not ask why me, but rather, why not me? We all have our crosses to bear. Mine is different now, but it is no harder or easier than anyone else's. Secondly, I felt that it was important to trust my care team, and I do. They have been honest and compassionate. They're highly knowledgeable and skilled and reasonably hopeful about a cure and additional treatments should I need them. Thirdly, I decided to control what I can. A well-known ice hockey coach one time said, "Control what you can and deal with the rest." I had no idea when I first read that quote, it would become a sort of mantra for me. So I control my attitude, my diet, activity level, and I honor the mind, body, soul connection more than I ever have in the past. Never too late to start on that, I suppose. After years in leadership positions, which included coaching and mentoring, public speaking, and media relations training, a new purpose emerged for me. Use those skills to advocate for myself and for other GBM and brain tumor patients and their caregivers as much as I possibly can. I'm excited to be a part of the National Brain Tumor Society's GBM Awareness Day because events like this will continue a steady drumbeat about GBM and the need for continued research to find a cure. And I do have hope for a cure someday. Please share that hope with me and bang your drum. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jim Snyder from the Henry Ford Cancer Institute Brain Tumor Center in Detroit, Michigan. I'd like to thank you for tuning in to Glioblastoma Awareness Day. It is through the shared community that stretches around the globe, supporting people facing a brain tumor and their families, that we can truly make a difference. The only way we're going to impact outcomes and find cures and improve people's lives faced with a brain tumor is if we can bring together public policy, advocacy, and research into a concerted effort. And the first step of that to solve that challenge is to listen to each other and figure out what the true problems are. A couple of years ago, I had a patient come into my office with a brain tumor, and she said, "Hey, Dr. Snyder, are you going to head to the Hill in Washington, D.C. to advocate for brain tumors?" Now, I start all my patient encounters by letting them know that I'm their advocate, thick and thin, and I'm here for them. Whatever's going on, I'll do my best to help them find the resources they need and understand the problems they're faced. And so I said, sure, no, of course I'm going to go. And so I went to the meeting, and it was fantastic. We met with legislators, we shared our story, we worked together in unison. But I noticed that patient wasn't there. And so when I came back from the meeting, I called her and I said, "Hey, I was expected to see you." And she said, "Oh, I couldn't afford to go. Because of my brain tumor diagnosis and the treatments, I've had to cut way back on work, and I'm really struggling financially to keep it together. And because of my treatments, I didn't think I'd make it through the event. And I thought, oh gosh, this is a major problem that I completely overlooked. How can we advocate for our patients if they can't be there to attend?" And so I secured funds through my institution and matched with a very generous national brain tumor advocacy nonprofit group to take 5 people faced with a brain tumor back to that meeting the next year, including that individual. And it was such a powerful event for me to spend 3 days with my patients and see how they cope with everyday situations that I often overlooked and didn't really understand the challenges they were facing, and then to work together, meeting with our legislators, sharing their story, sharing how the resources that we get through NIH funding and other means support their issues and efforts had a tremendous impact on me. And I think it had a significant impact on them too. Being part of an advocacy community seemed to enrich a survivorship mindset and strengthen them. And frankly, those ideas were contagious. And I never would have made that step without listening to my patients and seeing and understanding some of the issues they're having, which is a continual goal and need. And so I'm super thankful for the National Brain Tumor Society to bring us all together today to hear what we're trying to do to solve the problem. More importantly, perhaps to understand some of these gaps in care, because it's more than just finding effective treatments. It's improving quality of life. It's improving access to information for patients and their caregivers. It's improving access to social work and neurocognitive rehab and behavioral health support, and in many cases, end-of-life support, and guiding people through that whole process. And I think as we all come together and illustrate the problem and find these gaps in care and build out this network throughout the world to support people faced with a brain tumor, we can truly make a difference. Each of us can make a difference at each different level. Of course we need better treatments, but there's many other things that we can do too. And we're in pursuit of better treatments. We've got to keep that up. Thanks.
Hi, this is Louise Craddock, and I'm the lead advocate for the National Brain Tumor Society for the state of Illinois. I've been an advocate now for about 6 years, and I've been advocating in honor of our son, John, who passed away at the age of 35 from a glioblastoma. John went through 11 and a half years of 4 surgeries and a lot of chemo, radiation, infusions, and sadly passed away, leaving his wife and 3 little ones, his dad and myself and his brothers, and a host of relatives and friends. And we need to bring more awareness of what glioblastomas are. They're a malignant brain tumor that is very resistant to treatment. And therefore, we need to provide a lot more research and ask for funding from the National Institutes of Health. And how we do that is by appealing to our congressmen and women. Let our congressional leaders know that every year there are approximately 13,000 patients that are diagnosed with glioblastomas. And of those 13,000, about 10,000 will succumb to the disease. And that 48% of all brain tumors, malignant brain tumors, are glioblastomas. And in the past 40 years, there have been only 4 treatments and 1 device developed that are effective at treating brain tumors for adults and children. And that is just unconscionable to think 40 years, and that's all the advances we've made. So we need to appeal to them to ask for additional funding and to become advocates for those who can't speak for themselves. Everyone has a voice that needs to be heard. And I know a lot of people think sometimes, I'm only one person, what can I do? But when you join as one person, you're joining thousands across the country in appealing to our congressional leaders, who are the ones that can pass the laws and enable us to receive to please ask for funding for the National Institutes of Health, and ask that that allocation of funding be appropriated for brain tumor research for not only children, but for adults as well. So if you are interested in joining as an advocate, we would love to have you. There's no large commitment of time. It's as much time and energy as you'd like to put forward, but know that your voices count, whether it's a phone call to your local congressman or woman, or whether it's writing letters, sending emails, or actually coming to Washington for Head to the Hill when we meet with the congressional leaders in person. There's no effort is too small, and we would thank you on behalf of our family and behalf of all families that are going through this struggle. Unless you've been through it, you have no idea the impact that it has. It's also one of the most expensive treatments for cancer, and we need to address it as soon as possible. And we need to change that 40-year run of no additional treatments. So won't you join us, please, and share on social media on July 22nd that has been designated as National GBM or Glioblastoma Day, and ask for help with funding. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Salo Zellermeyer, and it's my honor to serve on the board of the National Brain Tumor Society. This is our second annual GBM Awareness Day. Unfortunately, this year we can't mark the occasion on Capitol Hill because of the global pandemic. But our cause is even more critical this year, as families and patients face the impossible task of battling this terrible disease during a global health crisis. For them, we must come together this year and push even harder for more research, better treatments, and of course, a cure. I want to thank our families who show up every year, despite everything they're going through, to share their stories with policymakers and people who can make a difference in this battle. And I want to thank our champions in Congress who honor their fallen colleagues by marking this day. They know this fight will take more than one day a year, and we're honored to have their support. We know this is a trying time in everyone's life, but we are asking you to go to NBTS's website and pledge whatever you can. If you can't pledge, find a way to get involved, volunteer your time. I promise you, it'll make a difference. We can't thank you enough for being here. We look forward to being back here in person next year. Thank you so much.